So, as we prepare for a stream of viewer levels, which will begin with one submission that is already in the queue, a maker code from Explicit, we're going to take a look at a warm-up level first of all, which is by Waryutsu, who was one of the featured makers in 4YMM this week, and whose world we also saw in its entirety over our backlog stream last weekend. Slippery Stalactite was the level that Waryutsu introduced to Maker 2 on day 1 of the game in June of 2019. It is a wildly popular level, owing of course to his fame as one of the most notable makers in Maker 1. So, we'll take a look at this first, and then we will get to the queue. In the meantime, thank you Explicit200 for dropping by. As you know from previous experience, we do play worlds, at least partly, on days that we do viewer submissions. So we'll see how that goes. We've had to change some of our policies here and there for how to keep them under a manageable time frame. But in the meantime, we'll just slide down the ice. This was, of course, a very early level, so I think at the time, the notion of being able to slide through icicles, which were a newly introduced element in Maker 2, was still relatively new to most players, as was the concept of being in a sliding state when you're going upwards on a slope. As you can see here, sliding upwards on a conveyor is going to take us through, but that's on the assumption we don't make a mistake like that. Yes, Explicit200, it is a very good idea to block TikTok. It is a well-known data collection scheme. That is, of course, kind of a security compromise given TikTok's relationship with the government of Communist China. It is a very good idea to block it off and uninstall it. Not that you ever had it installed in the first place, but, you know, having those associated numbers cut off as best as you can is a smart thing to do. But yeah, it very much is predatory spyware, and should be treated as such. Okay, in the meantime, let's move on up and actually get through that this time. There we go, very smoothly. Papa Cherry, yes, I do Kaizo Light. I know that people have varying definitions of Kaizo Light. I mean, even sort of Kaizo, I will at least be able to try for a bit, unless I run into serious problems with tech, like being able to do things like consecutive shell jumps. But certainly things that are down to the sort of 1% or even 0.5% range tend to be manageable within one session. As a viewer submission. Sometimes, if I can't finish something in a single viewer level block, if the maker is able to stick around, the maker is also quite invited to resubmit if I, you know, just need an extra block of time in order to complete it. So, yeah, Kaizo Light is quite welcome here. We've done that often enough. And thank you for asking, by the way. It's always a very good sign when makers ask in advance, because it tells me, as the broadcaster, that you're kind of sensitive to the fact that, you know, different streamers will have very different comfort zones and preferences. So, thank you for asking, and you are very welcome to submit. And hopefully the bot took that. Yeah, the bot did take that, and I was distracted by that and missed my jump. But thank you for the submission of Man, I'm Shella High. I see that according to Warp World, it's marked as a beta, and that is fine. We do beta testing and play testing of multiple versions of levels here all the time. So, hopefully we'll reveal something interesting. Okay. In the meantime, let's actually focus on the last jump in this segment here, as we head down the steps, and down the slope, and just try to get ahead of the auto-scroll, but not perilously ahead. Ooh, look at that. Perfectly timed to look extremely risky right at the finish. Hugh Jackman, welcome, and thank you for your submission of Battleship. Hugh Jackman, just wanted to say I loved your role in Darren Aronofsky's film The Fountain. And let's get to the queue. Okay, so explicit 200. Let's take a look at your maker code. Explicit 200, remind me if this is a pick a level submission or a world submission. And AMC Bray, thank you for returning once again with Palace of Punishment. And yeah, let's take a look at WBS 9 F6 B4G. So once again, for people who are just joining us, since this is a world submission and it's a world that has 40 levels, we're clearly not going to be getting through all of that. What we'll do is I will at least play the first level like a normal submission, and if we are still under 15 minutes, then I continue. If I hit game over, then we'll sometimes cut off as well, depending on how we feel about the way that the world is going. So in the meantime, let's take a look at Super Explicit World, which is apparently the easiest world ever, with 99 lives. And okay, let's take a look. I see. Okay, so we want to not hit any P-switches because that would drop us. However, we do want... Oh, I see. This is actually very time sensitive. And I don't know if the ground column up above is actually something bypassable just yet. And okay, looks like we just need to get over, and hopefully over the ground tile at the very top is in fact what we need. Okay. Whoops. Nope, tried to let up on the dash button so we don't hear the first switch pressed. Let's just start that over. And AMC Bray, thank you for playing that. AMC Bray, if you are interested in how we made that level, because a lot of people have been asking, on my previous stream we did in fact film a kind of behind-the-scenes documentary. And so if you're kind of interested in seeing how that looks in a maker mode, I did in fact put that together for people who want to see. Okay, we can in fact beat the timer. I slowed down quite a bit that time, but it looks just relaxed enough that this is in fact doable. We just need to not grab the first switch. And the second switch. And there we are. And since we are very early on in this world, we'll continue. Actually, as something that's a 5-second concept, that's not a bad 5-second concept. That's, you know, it looks like it's something that's a very simple trolley thing, but it actually works. So. Let's take a look. Once again, don't touch the P-switch, part 2, so. Level 1 certainly trained us for something. Oh, looks like we... Oh, I see. Wall jump, wall jump, wall jump. We'd want to snatch that P-switch and drop it, and then jump over. Nope. Nope. Oh, how did that happen? Oh, because of the way the P-switch kind of clipped on top of the other one. Okay, no. That's not going to work. I do need to dump that one, I think. Unless I wall jump off the tip of that top yellow block. No, without grabbing. That's a little bit too high. If I wall jump off of the top P block there, I may be able to carve my way over. Here we go.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Once again, something that was built to feel like a bit of a trollish micro level, but it is actually surprisingly playable, and the timer is not too strict, so... Sure, we'll let you farm a couple of likes. We'll be generous today. We're feeling very charitable. Oh, we don't actually really need the lives in this one, but I'll just show everybody how bad I am at this. And yeah, let's take a look at part 3. Okay. It does make sense for these little 5-second levels that can be beaten relatively quickly once you figure them out to be submitted together as a set. I mean, I do think that's a good use of the Super World system. Ah, spikes. Reach the goal of Super Mario. We don't know where a mushroom is going to be placed, but presumably I need to get through the door. And I would need to not ground pound, because that would be protected. But if I need to not ground pound, then what's going on? Okay. Nope. Let's see if I figure it out. Yeah, we'll see. Nothing that spawns from there is going to be relevant. Nope. Hey, Redox99, welcome back. Redox, I did see that you have something new. And thank you for adding. Looks like it's probably not going to be related to that block at all, to be honest. I don't see a way it can be, but we'll see about that. Okay, so you're going to send me red 30 seconds. For those of you new here, we do ordinarily follow an order of next and then sub next. If there is only one sub in a queue or only 1 or 2 subs in a queue, like, we'll get their priority done, but we won't just repeatedly go back to the same person over and over. So, you know, I'll try to manage that in a way that is fair to both the subs and non-subs when it comes to getting your levels played. We should be paying attention to the top half of this to see if there's anything that can be done with the mushroom over on that side. But you can see the P-switch is kind of blocked. I wonder if taking the P-switch over will really do anything for us whatsoever. I somehow doubt it. The other thing, too, is that if we do a ground pound, it's possible that the mushroom has wings. If it does have wings, it would be able to spawn in such a way it doesn't have wings. It could also be the open space that is under the icicle to the left, because that open space looks suspicious. Heading back over and around, though, is the issue there, in that I need to find a way to do that quickly. Okay. Okay. There we go. Number 3 down.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Yeah, I mean, I just needed enough time going back there to read the visual signal for what was going on. And we're still within the first couple minutes of this submission, so we'll at least close out World 1, and then we'll move on to the next thing. So far, though, it's once again nice to see the Super World being used for a series of microscale concepts. Not the first time I've seen it happen, but one thing that works. Let's take a look at this carefully. Just going to pause for a moment so we have time to read the level. Looks like it is pretty much going to be, well, being an SMP1, you can't really hit the switch. you won't have enough time to wait for the P-switch time to expire either. It looks like we just need to wrap around on every jump. And that's going to be a little bit touchy, I think. We don't know what the blasters are up to. Oh, except if we just bounce, like maintain a position and let the first P-switch bounce off at the beginning. There we go. So we actually just need to sit still and let the first P-switch bounce off of our head. And that is actually all we needed to get into position. So yeah, actually, that one felt better as a micro puzzle in terms of something that's not blind and something that you can actually have a chance to figure out. And do we see a castle rise from the sea? We should, because of course this is a full 40 level world, so we knew there were going to be 5 per world, and that water castle, that's certainly how that spawns. Reach the goal after grabbing all 5 coins. So yeah, we'll do this one and then we'll stop. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. That is just going to be pretty much a pure execution challenge. You need to touch the coins with your feet and not touch them otherwise. Nope, can't really tap it like that either. Close. Very close. Just went a little too low on the last jump. But it is possible. I should actually go for that one last. And look at that. I'm going to take priority to P-switch. And sit right on that flag as the P blocks appear right in front of my face. So, thank you for that submission, Explicit. We'll mark that as a win, and if you resubmit to the end of the queue, I'd be happy to continue. But for now, we'll move on to the first sub-next of the day. So, Redux 99, we'll get straight to yours. So, for those of you who are waiting in queue, I do not have a strict time limit on levels. It is something that I adjust depending on how close I feel to doing it. Something like 1%, I will probably be able to do it in one sitting. But in terms of waiting time, given that we tend to get a mix of longer levels and short levels, usually it comes out to about an average of 20 minutes a level. But once again, no hard time limit. It'll just be up to my judgment. So this is going to be version 1.0 of something red. Okay, wait. That's going to be a toss as we go up. Yep, we're going to throw that. It will block the thwomp from hitting... I see. Right, because you need to remain in the on position throughout the entirety of the level. That's why it's called red. Just need to get a jump accurately after the throw. The coin does tell you when to throw and when to jump, indeed. Whoops. Yeah, just have to time that accurately after the release. So yeah, good concept. Nice little variation on what we usually see. Of course, I needed to not strike the wall on the right side because the slide was too much of a delay. Just needed to follow that arrow and hang to the left. And there we go. Oh, a little bit late on that one. And of course, we didn't have any horizontal momentum going into that long jump, so Yeah, I was just a little bit late on that catch on the way down. Didn't quite know what was going to happen playing it blindly for the first time, but I think that was actually a reasonable amount of blind progress. And a lot of the timings actually feel pretty comfortable if you remember to press the buttons. Okay. Once again, really cannot afford to slide on the right side wall. Just need to drop a little more gently down the center column. It's actually kind of a difficult habit to break. So we'll see if we can break it. Okay. Have to release right away there. Same here. No. Don't really see that timing yet, I think. I don't quite understand it. I may just be late because, as usual, I might have a bit of a delay getting in and out of wall jumps. But I couldn't quite see how I was supposed to be synchronized with picking up the trampoline on the way down, so probably just bad timing on my part. Yeah, I need to fall and catch it, and yeah, I need to catch it on the left and toss it to the right. That's already going to be about 2/3 of the way through. And that I can already tell is going to be the most difficult trick. Why did I do that? Okay. Nope, too much of a wall hug there, once again. It's definitely the hard part. Everything else, quite smooth, even where you have timings that involve an instant release. I think just visualizing how you're supposed to catch trampoline in the middle is going to be a bit of a challenge, and I do know that, of course, the quad coin marker here is supposed to do that for you, where you have to fall in gently exactly along the center column, and that everything will line up from there. Okay. We're close enough to the end of the level that at least I don't think there will be too many tricks afterwards that make us repeat that part. But I could always be quite wrong. No, we almost got in the center column and I was just late. You could tell by my vertical position that I was a little behind when it came to the trampoline release. And so, once again, crisper wall jumps around the corners will usually solve those problems. Those tend to be usually the aspects of timing that I have the most trouble with in levels like this one, as Redox, of course, knows from personal experience. Yeah, once again, not really getting a good position, and it does feel like I am located much too high. It could also be... No, I severely doubt it's going to be any kind of ground pound because, of course, ground pound mechanics don't quite work the same way in 3D World as they do in New Soup. And I think there's too much lag time on starting the ground pound anyway, so I think I just need to be faster, and being faster should solve the issue for me. And in the meantime, we'll just try to do that once more. Yeah. Understanding where the catch is going to happen is the key there. Thank you, Mega Mario Gamer 23 for Super Enemy Bros. Or Enemy Brothers, depending on how you choose to read that. Okay, we actually got to catch that time because I let up a bit on the highest jump. I did not do a full jump. I decided to reduce my height slightly around that spike block that was on the top. And that clearly gave me the right timing. It's just that I reacted to that a bit poorly and did not manage to get the toss onto the right side. But had I done so, that would solve the timing issue. Just a tighter jump up top is what addresses that problem. Nope. Too tight on that first one is the second one that I need to be a little bit tighter around. So yeah, gradually figuring it out. Hopefully it's something that I can actually do reliably. Seems like everything up till that point goes quite smoothly. Okay. Nope, too high. And a bit too slow. Okay, let's just do it until we get it. Now, the nice thing about this level is that for the purposes of synchronization, every couple of pipe throws, you actually start fresh with a new trampoline. And so you don't need to worry about little suboptimalities in your timing adding up over time. You do get a chance to kind of realign yourself with how the level is going. Like when you catch a new trampoline over here, which, given that they come out of the red pipe spawns, they are going to be dependent on the player and camera position. And so they wait for you to come to the right place. They're not dependent on anything else that comes before them in the level. So even if you fall behind by a couple milliseconds, the level is able to let you back in and let you continue. So yeah, always important, I think, when thinking about very speed-dependent levels like this, to just account for that. That you don't want tiny little fluctuations in timing to belatedly kill the player. You kind of want to give them a chance to stay on track, and I think that's something that this does quite well, and which of course Redox has a lot of experience doing. So in the meantime, let's get back here. Whoops. Don't know why I've been missing that one lately. I think that's just a bit of a late takeoff from the red blocks. Thank you very much for the follow. And in the meantime, let's get back here. That was way too low, and that was just slipping on the wall too long after each of the successive wall jumps. And hey, Awesome Lap, welcome back. Let's welcome you with a more accurate throw at the beginning of the level. Nope. Okay, here we are. And yeah, we'll just maintain everything in a nice little color of red. Tried to tighten up that jump, but clearly not enough that time. We were getting a little bit closer, though, in that we were low enough to actually get the bounce. But as you can see, I'm a little too slow on the drop. Thank you for Bandit Badlands. Don't recognize that title, so I assume that is something new. So yeah, glad to see that you've been working on some new stuff then, if that is the case. Okay, a little bit low on the throw there. That's what's going on, is that I'm slipping down on the throw into that pipe. And that is not giving me enough height to clear the rest of the wall jumps accurately. Okay. Nope, almost. Too big a jump there. I do think that adjustment might be not that intuitive, and that, like, a lot of people, when they see that obstacle blind, like when they read it for the first time, are definitely going to want to do the full jump there. It could be that I'm just too slow on the wall jumps, and that for somebody who is doing wall jumps accurately, a full jump works perfectly well. But from just a testing perspective, I do feel like knowing that your timing has to be a bit tight around that top corner, going to that left to right catch and throw, is something that even a very skilled player would have trouble anticipating blindly. Once again, it's probably just that my wall jumps are sloppy, as Redox knows from seeing me test a lot of earlier works. But certainly I feel like, if I try to do a full jump around the top corner there, that I am going to die because of it. And that will, in this current version, catch people off guard. I don't know if the timing has any flexibility, just given that you have this very weird, 2-tile width to all of the clear pipes. That does kind of restrict your position, that you can't really gracefully adjust that by 1 tile, I think. Although, when you bend a pipe around a corner, maybe you can. But I feel like maybe a pipe exit there that is 1 tile higher would make that a little more reasonable, but still challenging. Like, you still have to do the left to right. You still have to be very snappy about that. But the fact that doing a full jump there is what is killing me does tell me that either the issue is my wall jumps as usual, or the issue is that there's this sort of expectation that you're supposed to go low and fall as quickly as possible towards the next catch. So that's the only thing so far. Everything else, as you can see from this level, feels really smooth and very repeatable. That, apart from slipping on some corners, which are definitely my fault, there aren't really any issues that I'm running into at all when it comes to reliability. And Explicit 200, yeah, if you need to head to another stream for a bit, that's fine. Like, it'll be a while before we get to you for the online check anyway. And for people who have told me in advance that they need to step out, sometimes I just bump them back a spot. I might not remove them entirely, in case they need a second chance to check in. So we're fairly informal around that issue here. I mean, I submit to viewer queues myself, and I know realistically that when you have a long wait, a lot of people are going to duck in and out. And, we'll try to be fair about that. If I do a fast wall jump... hang on, I'm going to read that message after this attempt. I feel like I should keep my eyes on the level for just a moment here. Yeah, it's probably that my wall jump is just slow. Okay, and now my throw is slow. So we made a little bit of an adjustment there. Fast wall jump and jump fast for the coin. Yeah, I tried to speed up the wall jumps as much as I could there, and as you could see, I was still not quite doing a full jump, but at least the catch was accurate. And oddly enough, I want to do the catch as high as I possibly can in order to have enough lag time to face right and do the second throw after that. Hey, Ruben Toad, welcome. Now, I do hear a little bit of thunder outside where I am. Hopefully that's not picking up, but hopefully that doesn't cause any power issues on the stream as well. That was something that actually did happen last week, in that we had not my Switch and not my computer, but somehow the internet disrupted by some power issues that were caused by thunder and lightning and storminess in general. And so, if there is an unexpected outage, hang tight for a few minutes. I'll try to get on chat in mobile and let you know what's going on. But just so you know in advance, we do kind of have a plan in mind for when these things happen. Also, audio seems to have dropped out, hasn't it? Once again. So, yeah, good thing I actually noticed. It did cut out at the beginning of the stream as well, and that tends to be very annoying. But just give me a moment and I'll fix that so you can actually hear what's going on. And we'll be back on in just a moment. And in the meantime, thank you, Ruben the Toad, for that musical "You and Owen Was Her." Hopefully we can get to that soon enough, and that everything will just kind of stay operational in the meantime. Okay, let's start this one up once again. And let's see if we can take a fresh look at that jump here. That was giving me a bit of trouble. Okay, I released before I tilted right that time. That was the issue. Yeah, Redogster was supposed to be sound all along. I don't know how early that glitched out. I didn't detect that as an issue as promptly as I usually do, but that's why it's always worth checking. I have looked into troubleshooting that, and it seems like there's literally nothing I can do except just stream off a different computer. Because it is a bit of a known issue when it comes to a combination of my current capture software and some CPU throttling issues that go on that tend to cut off the sound before it cuts off anything else.
Oh no!
Now, we are getting a bit closer. We saw on one of those previous attempts that I did finally manage to get that last left to right throw. It's just that I was a little bit late reacting to that and keeping a pace such that I would be able to catch the trampoline again on the top of the following column.
Oh no!
But yeah, we'll try not to die to many input issues that can sometimes arise in the 3D world style. But yeah, so far, everything very manageable. That one jump just a bit tight, but I can tell that most of these are usually tuned for people who are a little better at wall jump than I am. That was actually hanging a little too far to the left that time. I thought it would get a slightly early catch by facing left a bit, but clearly that actually worked against me.
Oh no!
And so we'll see how this goes. Actually had a steady fall down to center that time instead of an initial wall slide, but then I missed that wall jump, or long jump rather, at the very end. And thankfully the wall deflection there doesn't matter too much. It might matter for something like a speed record, but everything is calibrated around the catch timing anyway. So we'll see if that actually winds up being an issue. And yeah, let's just try to get everything in order here. Oh, okay, managed to catch it that time. That kind of caught me by surprise. I thought I was going to be late. Now, from a visual perspective, to be fair, you can see the way that the glass pipe in that section is projecting the trampoline. You actually do get a visual indication of the timing in terms of detecting how far along the pipe it is. And I do know that that sort of upper dip on the pipe, I'm talking about this corner to the left of where I'm standing now, the fact that it goes up, I mean, that's necessary to make that work in the first place, but it also does get the trampoline back on camera, so you can have a very narrow timing window to adjust accordingly if you think you're going to be slightly late, as I consistently have been. So as a visual indication, that seems fair. I mean, it's very quick. But the trampoline is not off camera for long. We just missed. I'm just going to see these jumps just to see what lies ahead. And that, of course, tells me that at that point I'm at the 7-second mark. So we're not too far from the end here. Again, this was something that is currently sitting at a little over 1%, and may ultimately settle lower than that if Redux has only been sending it to decent players. Their rates do have a way of deflating as the level gets into the wild. Sometimes deflating significantly. Small section and victory, yeah. I think it's very clear to me, from what I've seen anyway, that left to right throw is the hardest part. And it's nice to have one kind of very specific peak, I think, when it comes to a concept like the concept that you have in this level. Like, it does work out well that there's going to be one section that is the greatest test, and it's not only the catch timing there, of course, but the timing of the left to right. On the previous attempt that came close, what happened was I was standing too far to the left, and I don't know if that was a soft drop or just a throw that came in a bit low, but in any case, the throw missed the pipe on the right side. Okay, trying to compensate a little too much there by trying to edge my way around that spike block. Didn't need to be quite that cautious. Whoops. Missed a long jump. Okay. Let's see this once again. And... oh, nope, actually fell at the correct height that time, but too far to the right. So yeah, the timing there and the jump was fine that time, but the fall was inaccurate. Okay, I lost my dash going into that jump, and that was just entirely an error on my part. For some reason, I had just let go of the dash very prematurely on that section. Probably because I was doing some kind of positioning with my jumps that was not actually necessary. Actually, no, I know precisely what I'm doing there. It's because to get some of those jumps to go quickly, I find that sometimes in order to do fast wall jumps, I actually do need to tap the button with my thumb, rather like the tip of my thumb rather than the base of my thumb, which is usually how you hold the B button, right? Okay, that's a nice timing. That's a nice timing. What's going on there? Oh, okay, no. Wall slide down to left. Wall slide down to left. I completely missed that down arrow. So I was ahead of the trampoline and didn't understand what was going on, but it's exactly the same kind of wall slide as we just saw in the section I passed a second ago. Yeah, I only just realized that that's a habit of mine. That when I try to do wall jumps quickly, I instinctively let go of the dash button. Because I find out I have to do quick taps of the jump button, and that I can't tap quickly if I'm using the base of my thumb. So instead I use the tip of my thumb, and so the problem there is that from a technique perspective, I lose my dash. And of course that's partly because, you know, when it comes to wall jumps, you can't hold items anyway, so usually there's no reason why you would want to continue holding the dash button. You can usually get away without it, simply because you're not going to be holding onto an item anyhow. It's sort of interesting to realize these things when you're you know, trying to play better and correct our technique, that like there are minor habits and adjustments that we have to make. And that's also, I think, why, you know, I'm relatively new to any kind of actual Kaizo stuff, and people on this stream have seen me fail at many, many shell jumps before. But it usually is because, like, standard Mario, as we learn it, does let you get away with a lot of habits that don't really fly when it comes to certain kinds of community setups that you see in the context of Mario Maker. And so people are going to have all kinds of habits from muscle memory when it comes to how they make adjustments that aren't necessarily going to be the right answer. I see. I'm actually throwing too soon now. I'm throwing too high, and you could see the trampoline tap the bit of the wall that was above the pipe. So it's interesting, because I felt like I had to do that as soon as possible, but I am in fact doing that too early now. So it's a little bit of a micro adjustment, but one that I think I can make. But you see, yeah, you see there, I'm losing a little bit of momentum around those jumps. But also losing too much height there. That was clearly also a height issue.
Oh no!
But yeah, we're quite close. I am going to stay on this unless we see any kind of other major roadblock with that final drop and wall jump at the end. But I think that was partly just a reading error. And that from a technical perspective, it should not be too bad. Yeah, just need to get those wall jumps right away. I am slipping down a little bit too long. Okay. And... okay, good. Nice and accurate. Oh, too late, too late. Once again, just too slow on the wall jumps. And yeah, just need much better technique, I think, when it comes to repeatedly tapping jump. Because it's the repetition of the jump button that I have a lot of trouble doing as quickly as levels like this demand. So, constantly sliding out of wall jumps tends to be the consequence of a much deeper control error that I've been trying to correct. But if we can get some nice quick taps on the jump button, that should solve the issue. Yeah, and that jump is now feeling much more comfortable than it did before. Once again, sliding too much on the wall jumps there. Sometimes when you play levels like this, and you see little bits of control issues that make you fall behind the timing, it actually tells you a lot about how the creator plays. I didn't think that was going to hit, wow, because that was an accidental soft drop thing. Like, the more I play these levels, for instance, the more I can tell what some of Redox's control habits are, basically. And it's like that with some other creators as well, where, you know, sometimes if people send me a shell-based level, I can kind of see what their habits are as a creator and how my habits differ slightly from their timings. So, for one thing, I can tell that Redox is much better at wall jumps than I am. Nope. A little too far to the left. That was definitely a horizontal issue, not a speed issue. Oops. But yeah. So, lately our viewer level schedule had been a little bit sparse. I had only really been able to do one a week over the last 2 weeks, I think, just given everything else that is going on between Paper Mario, 4YMM, etc. We are finished with the main quest of Paper Mario now on my night streams, and so hopefully we'll be able to get more viewer level streams back into the mix. That's certainly the intention at this point, and we'll almost be done with 4YMM as well, because that's going into its final weeks. And so the way is going to be clear for us to mostly return to viewer levels from there, assuming that I can do things like react to territory we had only seen once before, and get a very obvious throwdown through that upper pipe. So yeah, those of you who have been making a lot of new things in the meantime, making a lot of new content, I'll have a chance to catch up to you.
Oh no!
I mean, I'm not saying, oh, I'm so close just yet, because we do still have to fight with that final wall slide down the left side, the drop down the left side, I should say. And at this moment, I don't know how close that's going to feel. Too late, once again. Yeah. Feeling pretty smooth, though. The level. Nope. Just tried to throw before turning. Well, I didn't try, rather. I mean, that's what happened, but I was trying to do the opposite.
Oh no!
Yeah. Interesting concept, though. I mean, it's kind of funny because, you know, I've played so many of these that have the same kind of concept. Follow the markers, throw things in pipes, etc.
Oh no!
But the fact that you keep coming up with some new interactions with the thrown objects, whether they be P-switches or POWs or shells or anything else, the fact that we still keep seeing new ways of enforcing the level of accuracy, as we see with the thwomp protection here, makes these just a very consistent delight. Okay. Still late on that series. Yeah, having issues with that wall jump, knowing that I can't just let go of the dash button completely, since we do need to do the object catch at the very top. And so it's kind of getting that programmed into my thumb is something that is going to take a few attempts. It is going better, though. I do feel like there was some meaningful improvements in the section with the left to right throw, such that the catch is no longer the main problem there. The throwing accuracy on the right side is actually becoming the bigger obstacle. I say that, of course, as I, once again, missed a catch. Alof Sub-Zero, welcome back. Perico Jones, welcome as well. Thank you for your submissions, both.
Oh no!
Of Lamplight and Mechanized Trick Forest, respectively. Okay, Alof Sub-Zero, yeah, would be happy to do that. Hope we managed to get to you. I am going to be running the queue for quite a while today. Plan is to have a relatively long stream, since I have been doing viewer levels a little less than usual. So hopefully you're able to stay, or if you have to bail, hopefully you're able to come back in time.
Oh no!
And thank you for the follow as well, Perico Jones. Whoops.
Oh no!
Okay, slipping a bit on some of the easy stuff here. Just need to refocus, I think. And whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, just letting go a bit too soon on the wall jump that we had down pretty much 100% of the time earlier. But sometimes when you start to focus ahead and think ahead to the obstacles that are tripping you up, you start losing a few of the habits you had cultivated in earlier segments, and that's always going to be a bit of a risk. Yes, got the throw. Got that throw. Too low on the wall jumps once again. Too much sliding. You can even see the dust that is being kicked up from Mario's feet on those walls, indicating, as usual, too much sliding. Wow, I missed that. So yeah, everybody who is new or returning, hope you've been doing well, and that Mario Maker has remained as interesting for you as it has for me. And yeah, we'll head onwards. It's kind of funny because we're sort of in that period where, of course, people know that Nintendo has a very sparse announced first-party calendar. Some people are starting to get a bit restless and tense about that because, of course, some delays were caused by the pandemic situation, and also that Nintendo has been much more skittish than usual lately about actually making announcements ahead of time. But I'm buried so deep in Mario Maker that I've hardly noticed. Like, I feel like I've plenty to play through the rest of the year because you folks keep supplying me with content. Really, often quite interesting content at that. So.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, with respect to Metroid Prime 4, with the question from Dark Flash there, the issue, of course, was just the rebooting of development when it was passed by Bandai Namco back over to Retro. So I think it has effectively restarted, and it does make it a very long time since we last actually got a new game out of Retro with the release of Tropical Freeze back in 2014. And even that was, I think, deliberately held back. That Tropical Freeze was actually bumped from 2013 to 2014, if I remember, to fill the calendar back then. So yeah, I know that obviously, like, a lot of people have been wondering if something like a high-definition of port of the Prime trilogy is something that has been sat on and is awaiting some kind of coordinated release as well. It's very hard to tell sometimes, I think. But Nintendo rumor mills can get a little bit wild for their own good, filled with a lot of misinformation and wishful thinking, so we try not to put too much stock in that. But so the emptiness of the release calendar is something that is very conspicuous. Because that's something relatively unprecedented, even going into 2020. The fact that we were going into 2020 with almost nothing on the calendar other than Animal Crossing was something that was unusual. Even though some of that calendar in the first half was eventually filled with some minor releases. Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's try to get this wall jump going again. The left to right throw, too early on a throw once again. A little bit difficult to eyeball that. I always feel like I'm going to be late on that drop, and it feels like I'm kind of playing as though I'm not expecting that catch to happen successfully. There, much better. And in fact, the later I throw that, the easier time I'll have catching it. So throwing the left to right trampoline that early was not really to my advantage in the first place. I actually do want that throw to be relatively delayed compared to where I am on the drop, because it would ensure that I am able to catch it up above. So yeah, I know I've been on this one for quite a while. If we really do get stuck, as Redox knows, the policy is that I will get to some other things in the queue and then come back to it later, and since Redox does have sub-priority, wouldn't take too long to get back into this. Anyway, but we are very close for now, and I am frankly enjoying it quite a lot, so if the people in the queue don't mind, we will stay on this one a little bit longer. And yeah, I do think there has been some meaningful improvement along the way. So we just have to solve this one adjustment at a time. Once again, falling too far to the left. Okay. Yep. Need to fall pretty accurately, I think, towards the coin markers there. Hanging left is not really going to give me any kind of timing advantage on catching the trampoline as it comes out. I actually do want to give it a little bit more spacing. And it should hopefully help with the throw on the right side as well. I am overcompensating a bit though, but I was also a bit slow relative to the trampoline that time, as you could probably tell from my my vertical distance from it. Just give me a moment while I check how long we have been on this one. In the current sitting. Yeah, we've been on this one for probably about 40 minutes, so we'll give it a few more attempts, and then we will postpone it for a resubmission, which hopefully Redox is able to stay for. We got very close. Whoops. And we've had a pretty good set of stabs rather, at the final segment, but I've only seen that final descent once, and I haven't quite solved the timing on that one, so depending on how learnable final descent is, and moreover how quickly I can get back there, we'll see if we're actually very close. There have been many instances before where I finish a Redox level right as I say I'm about to bail on it. Yeah, that seemed like it was going to be too late. I did not feel like I was going to get up quickly enough, even as I began to make that wall jump there. Oops.
Oh no!
And you'll notice there is a bit of a subtle difference between these earlier wall jumps and that harder one at the end. A very gentle escalation in difficulty in that doing an object catch at the very peak of the wall jump sequence does require the dash button much earlier than, of course, just catching the next trampoline gently afterwards. And that does actually make a pretty significant difference, because if you look at this sequence of wall jumps here, I am able to speed through it, partly because, as I said before, I am letting go of the dash button and just tapping jump as quickly as I can. I can't do that on the final part here, and the reason I can't do that is because I do need to be able to grab right away as I make it over that little peak. Oh yeah, we'll just try to make some optimizations to try to get this under control. Okay. No, I was actually late on the long jump, and positionally speaking, I was a little further right than I expected to be. Mr. Laser, thank you for dropping by with the latest submission from you, which is Boom Boom's Ghostly Puzzle House. Hope you've been doing well on your end as well. Yeah, kind of nice that among people who are smaller streamers and makers that we also have, I think, a fairly stable sub-community of our own. And a lot of people who just kind of drift between each other's streams and also just kind of submit together here and there and get to know some familiar faces and familiar level styles. Because I think sometimes when you get into the Twitch scene for the first time, it can be very daunting to see
Oh no!
what a gap there is between the people with an audience of thousands and the people with an audience of about 5 to 10. And the fact that we do have a very vibrant level building community, even on an intimate scale, is something that I think is the sort of grassroots activity that keeps the game alive in the long run. So that's very helpful to have. Missing that jump. Missing that throw, rather. I was a little bit low getting into that catch anyway. But that pretty much needs to be an instant release. Yeah, that was going to be a potential issue. I felt like I was falling behind for sure, and that I had just barely made the catch on that attempt.
Oh no!
Just barely. So yeah, I did say I would be putting this one down, at least temporarily, fairly soon. Just in fairness to the people who have been waiting for the past hour. I've not been on this for an hour, but you know what I mean. Like the people who have been waiting for a while.
Oh no!
Ruben and Toad, there are 1 or 2 specific spots that are tight. The thing about a lot of the early segments that you see here is that they are actually much easier than they look. Partly it's because the marking systems are quite fair, partly it's because 3D World has this very chunky spacing to all of the elements. This here looks tight. That here is legitimately kind of tight because it really depends on you having very snappy execution on every successive wall jump, which tends to be a problem for me. And you can see what a problem is because if you watch very carefully, you can see Mario's sliding animation. And that I am consistently sliding too long on a lot of wall jumps. There, the issue was that I was trying to speed through the wall jumps and I did not repress and dash in time. I was trying a slightly different method there than I usually do in terms of button presses and muscle memory, and we'll mark that as a failure. Okay. Oh no, I didn't think I was actually going to make that long jump, and so I was not prepared to get out of that. Yeah, that part would have fallen. That's exactly what I meant. The earlier segments feel great, though. Like, the ease of reproducing all of the early tricks, I think, really speaks to the strength of a lot of this level design. But, yeah, the fact is that the technical demands of a lot of these early parts are not nearly as rough as they might look at first glance. Explicit 200, we've barely made it through the queue. We're still on the first submission after yours. And that just happens sometimes. You know, we get a mix of long and short levels. That's why I say the average waiting time tends to be about 20 minutes a level, is because we have some 5-minute experiences, we have some 40 to 50-minute experiences, and that is typical. But yeah, in fairness to the people who are in the queue, though, I will probably, as I said far too long ago, take a break and come back to this one, but we have been getting so close in some respects, and dying to very avoidable mistakes that I want to at least get to that final drop at least once. I don't know how close I am. And yeah. Whoops. Okay. Let's like this for now and get back to it. Redox, of course, you have sub-privileges, so you're not going to be too far back regardless. And we'll get back to this one later in the stream, I hope. I'm enjoying this a lot so far. I think it's very well designed. I think as a spin on the typical concepts that was seen from a Redox-style 3D world level, it's working quite well. I just do not have the last bits consistently down yet. So we've only seen that last drop once. I just have not been able to make it back. So for now, let's do a temporary removal. Explicit 200, do I like Subway? I don't know if you're asking me about Metropolitan Transport Systems or sandwiches. You might want to make that clear. And yeah, Redox, do resubmit if you will. Even if you are planning to make some changes part 1.0, I mean, I'll leave that up to you to decide whether you want to resubmit in its current form anyway, or if you would rather make changes first. I mean, it's a 1.0 for a reason. I know you constantly make improvements. So, Papa Cherry, thank you for sticking around for so long. You were, of course, the one who asked me earlier if Kaizo Light is acceptable. Well, I hope the performance just now was not too discouraging when it comes to my prospects for doing this, but playtesting so far with 10% on a sample size that is too small to be meaningful. Let's beta test. It will be deleted and changed. Yeah, definitely admire the commitment there to testing and perfection. So, this is a don't land on the ground. Okay, nope, just need to re-hit that accurately. And probably bounce it to the left so it hits the trampoline and heads down to the next segment like that. Wasn't quite clear on where to progress there. I might have been a shell jump up to the Koopa that is on high. But I was not entirely clear on what the markers were telling me. I do know that, of course, that is a shell grab that's on top of the mole. It's a very conventional shell grab setup. It's more that I'm not entirely sure what that shell grab is doing for me. I see that you have what looks like a timed shot on the on-off switch, and that the off position gives me the wall to work with. And so that is likely just a wall that I need to use in order to get a shell jump down. No, don't worry about a clear vid. I do think that part of the beta testing experience is that you should know how people are approaching this blind. I don't tend to consult clear vids anyway. Okay, so I need to basically remain in suspension, I think, for as long as it takes to do a shell jump off the wall. That's the only way I can see to progress. But it requires me to have a far lengthier survival time on this segment, and I think I understand it now. That in order to extend the timer for as long as possible, I need to rebounce on this first shell and keep it in suspension between myself and that trampoline on the left side. And that to do so, I will need to go left, right, left, right. And that if I follow that upper marker, like the top left marker there, that's going to catch the shell on the appropriate bounce. So yeah, the idea is to suspend it for as long as possible. And then do that. I was supposed to probably project the third one to the right side. The other Koopas don't really matter. The third one does matter, that I needed to bounce on it on the left side. Yeah, there we go. Now that I understand the marker order, that actually feels very reliable. Of course, I need to get the shell damage down as well. One moment. Okay. No, we got it. Curious question for whoever might know. Did someone standardize indicators or did they evolve organically? Now, I wasn't around for a good chunk of Maker 1. Some indicators, as you can see, are just kind of done on the fly because things like P-blocks were not really introduced until the December 2.0 patch in Maker 2. When it came to things like the throw indicators and the Z indicators for things like spin jumping, I do think they just kind of became a collaborative community consensus that was driven by the popularity of certain makers and streamers using them. And the fact that, you know, they just kind of become part of a community language that people just ask, oh, what do you use Z for? And gradually, people just kind of catch onto that by imitation. There's a lot that goes on in Mario Maker that is established by just people imitating very popular YouTubers. You can especially see that in the way that control levels are put together, for instance. And I think the history behind indication systems, like the C indicators for the throw and the, you know, Z indicators for the spins, have a very similar story. Yeah, and personally, I do think that a lot of things in this game are over-indicated. This level's fine so far. This level, I actually had to puzzle out the intended order a little bit, and I wonder if there would have been any better way to signal it, but now that I see it, I kind of like the placement of that top left key block in particular to allow me to anticipate that slightly higher bounce off the trampoline. That, like, I was actually able to read the timing after understanding the intended sequence. That's just a bad shell jump. So in some senses, I do think there are a lot of circumstances, too early, in this game where people clutter up the screen with indications even when they're not actually necessary. They're most necessary when positioning is unclear, or when things go quickly enough that you can't really read things blind. Here, for instance, indicators are a very good thing because positioning is unclear. And the initial sort of confusion about what the indicators are telling you is something that is very quickly resolved if you are just kind of paying attention to what the level is trying to teach you. And yeah, I mean, you know, you have to remember that a lot of things that we associate with Kaizo techniques were things that were first developed in the Super Mario World ROM hack community, where they, of course, were not limited to maker elements such as tracks. And so, if you ever take some time to watch ROM hacks, and I'm no expert on that, I'm very casual on that score, but if you ever take the time to, you know, just kind of recognize what a Kaizo-style Super Mario World ROM hack looks like, you'll see that they don't really use things like the track indicators, that they have slightly different visual systems. No, too early. We still needed one additional bounce on the shell. Yeah, I prefer to figure things out, but it's just a question of, you know, balancing fairness, where, like, is this something that you can actually figure out intellectually, or is this something that requires a lot of trial and error when it comes to positioning? So, for example, this shell jump here, I think it's fine that you don't have a throw indicator. I got it the first time. I've been missing it ever since simply because I'm bad at shell jumps, but the fact that I had enough time to read that it's supposed to be a shell jump, and that I was able to get it on the first try, tells me that it is actually fair in its current form. But these indicators would definitely be necessary here. Oh, no, the last bounce was enough. Needed to do the shell catch at that point, and that would have been enough time to work with. So yeah, with this one, I definitely didn't feel like I needed a clear video. I could also tell coming in that you had a 17-second record from current record holder, and that's actually valuable information, because it tells me that after this sequence here, there isn't much more that I need to worry about. Okay, that should be enough. Not a great position there. But again, that's just, you know, a matter of an intuition for shell jumps that's just going to come with practice, and that's one of the easier shell jumps in the world to work with, in that you already have the right horizontal spacing. It's just a matter of gauging your height. That's something that's only going to come with practice, whether or not you put in a marker, because I find that sometimes people can be very inconsistent with each other when it comes to what the throw markers are actually telling you about whether you're referring to Mario's position or the shell position or something in between. And that even when you use markers, people are not necessarily using them in the exact same way, and the setups are not going to line up with them in the exact same way. And so, you know, the thing to avoid with them, I think, is just adding too much visual clutter such that they make things less clear. And yeah, seeing if people can figure this out on their own, I think, is important. And I do think that the early segment here teaches you that right away, that there's really no other way you're going to do this except by projecting the shell back. And understanding that timing is going to cooperate with that is pretty vital, so. Yeah, I feel like knowing what to do... Oh, no. Oh, right, because I got a high bounce off of that shell and somehow survived previously. And it made me a little bit complacent. I actually do want, if I want to take the safest route, to make relatively low bounces off each of those Koopas, but nudging them on the left side. The fact that I survived high bounces off the first two on my first attempt at that segment, I think, made me much too complacent about accuracy, and that's something that I can fix. And that's something, once again, that I think is very easily readable. Yeah. Yeah, Ruben Toad, I do agree about its clarity. I do think that the only initially confusing thing is the indication system here. But once you see that it is just a survival timer against the shell hitting the on-off switch at the bottom, like once you actually get a good read at what this level is doing, I think it immediately follows that you are just looking for an accurate jump sequence. And it's also very satisfying to pull off. Yeah. Want to hang a bit left for the Koopas that are in the shells. Don't want to hang so far left for the Koopas that are out of the shells. So yeah, this one's fun so far. I'm actually quite enjoying the central idea in the first part. And we'll just have to clean up some accuracy in the second part. But I really enjoy this segment, actually. It's something that once you understand it, it works pretty well. Okay, there we go. And it's also, I think, appropriate to designate this as Kaizo Light in some ways, in that... Am I not allowed to fall on top of the Koopas when they're on top of the Munchers? Or what? Because I feel like my hitbox is off in ways that are unexpected. But I would have thought they're safe to bounce, and that would have been the intended path. Yeah. Just nice little controlled jumps then. That's going to be another shell throw here, and the shell throw was actually going to be enough to get me over to the gate, and so this was very close to completion. It is one shell jump away from completion, so I do think the sort of Kaizo Light designation is, once again, very appropriate to the level of difficulty that you have here, and also just, you know, given how relatively short and controlled the level is, that from a figuring things out perspective, that little cluster there with the E-block indicators is the only thing, and it's quick to understand. So from a testing perspective, I do think, you know, that is something that works. Or at least I have trouble thinking of better alternatives for doing it. I mean, obviously, figuring out what the order is telling you does require a few attempts just to see the shell in action and to see the timings that you're aiming for. But once you know how the shell is bouncing, you can follow each step very reliably. too far to the left. Tough to set up without the player getting snagged on a block. Yeah, exactly. I know that's that's one of the things I was considering is it possible to do it with block destruction, since that you do have the clear condition enforcing anyway that they're not going to be safe landing zones. But I do think that it would throw off the clarity of the deflection timing in ways that are perhaps undesirable. And so the way that you have it set up now might just be the best compromise. Okay, shell grab, shell jump, miss. But as soon as we can get the last shell jump, that's going to be it for this one. And I think that's doable. I do not think that is outside my ability, despite how bad I can be with shells. And hey, Electrodude, welcome. Okay. Certainly hope that you folks have gotten to play Electrodude's level in 4YMM this week, Tumbleweed Rider. Fantastic concept on that, one that we showed off on Tuesday when we played the set from this week. And Richard Howard, welcome from Urter's chat, apparently. We do not have the RRR text-to-speech here, so unfortunately, as they say in Pokemon, it's not very effective. And yeah, really great set all around this week, I think. Especially, of course, the puzzle level, the Yoshi Not Ridden. I hope anybody who is even slightly excited about puzzles has gotten a chance to check that out. Okay. Try to do this. I'm sure, myself a few months ago would find it remarkable that I am in fact making as much headway with this one as I am. But it's fairly brief, and just a pleasure to execute, I think. The safe zones on the Koopalings do feel weird. But there we go. That's a clear. I have the voice to do radio and or voiceovers. Well, thank you. I appreciate that comment, and I appreciate the GGs as well. So, Electrodude won $30 in a level making contest. Oh, very nice. Is this a level that I have played that you're talking about? And Superboss, yeah, good to see you as well. Good to see everybody who's been coming in. So yeah, thank you for the level and the GGs. I hope that was a useful beta test. The only thing that threw me off slightly was just the Koopa that was being unshelled, in that my landing zones tended to be a bit off. That's not really your fault, that's just, being able to read hitboxes accurately on the artwork. I do think the spike spacing above that is probably good as it is. Any lower, and it would start to feel a little bit inflexible. Any higher, and that would trivialize the requirement to actually bounce on some of the shells accurately on the left side. So I think right now the spike spacing up top there is probably in a decent place. So, once again, I hope that was a useful test, and that... Yeah, I don't think this is a level that should require a clear video. That I think it's appropriate that you're asking people to figure out how to apply the concept they learn from the conveyor belts at the very start. The only learning hump, of course, as I said before, is just reading the markers, but I think it's absolutely fair to ask the player to figure that out on their own. But of course, that's my attitude towards it. I think I have sometimes a very different attitude to making the player figure things out than some other players do. So, worked very well. Okay, let's get to sub next. And yeah, Super Boss for the Ultimate Hero, thank you for the Terror. 100% RNG, which, given the randomization algorithm in Maker 2, it's never actually going to be 100% RNG. In the same way that Lucky Draw was at the end of the lifespan of Maker 1. But we can talk about that when we get to it, because I'm sure it's sort of effectively 100% RNG. And we'll see what kind of setup you have. Oh, I played it before. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look at Awesome Lamp. And we'll plug in that code. Yeah, based on player input. And you know that, yeah. So yeah, I mean, if it is a randomizer that's going to give us some different results, I don't mind playing it again. Yeah, if it is something we've seen. We have a 20% level from Awesome Lamb, aka Lancaster, that is Bandit Badlands. These Badlands are known for the many bandits roaming here. That's why they call them the Bandit Badlands. And yeah, about 20%, about a minute record, should be quick to get through and will be a nice counterbalance to some of the more technical content we've seen so far. A new Super World level? Yeah, hope it goes as well as you would like it to go. Aha, that's going to be the classic armed Koopa Troopa, carrying those cannons on their backs. Armed with their heavy weapons. Obviously, one of the first things we'll check is whether anything is up there. Oh, some of them firing diagonally. These bandits are very heavily armed. Okay. That's going to be optional content. And we'll come back up here. Whoops. You'd think I'd know how to climb a vine by now. Luckily, the red cannon is not actually that threatening, so I like how it, despite being a red cannon, is mostly just used for positional control. Yeah. I mean, I've seen these sort of armed Koopa Troopa enemy setups fairly commonly. And it's, you know, nice to see them in this context as well. I do think that there's probably some potential, if you're thinking about things like optional content, to make the Fireflower interaction for disabling them something that could be a path towards bonus content. Not that you need to change this level, I'm just saying, you know, in the future, if you're using a similar mechanic. Always nice to be rewarded for checking these places diligently. Very easy to see as well. Okay. But yeah, generally I think having the Fireflower primarily help the player by allowing the player to disable the movement on cannons is actually something that works out quite well. The Fireflower is the right kind of power-up for the job. Of course, always when I see the cannonballs trail across the screen this way, I do tend to think about like what they may potentially unlock. But having lost access to the Fireflower, I was about to say we'll never know, but we clearly... Oh, there's something. There's something. Let's... Actually, let's try to get a jump on it from the left side here. That's not something. Okay. Just decoration. I did see that the coins so far have followed the order of a 10 coin and a 30 coin. Let's see if the third bonus is going to be a 50 coin. Whoops. Not if I play like that, we won't. Okay, let's get a mushroom going again, and... Yeah, I think when I see decorative vines like that at a height that's going to be well out of the way for most players, certainly I would be inclined to check whether there is some kind of hidden content up there. It looks very much like something that is a tease. I do know that they are mainly just kind of a safety zone like this, and also a bit of an aesthetic tool now. So yeah, very unified concept. And with a very gentle escalation towards the end. You are kind of dealing with the same kind of obstacle and kind of enemy across the entire level, but I don't think it's too redundant. And it might once again be something that, as you say, it is meant for a super world, and it would make sense to have something like this kind of early on in keeping with the 20% rate. So we're going to hit next. See if Hugh Jackman is still around, or if Hugh Jackman had to leave to get to some of his filming commitments. I think Mr. Jackman has left the building. Just going to give them an opportunity to check in case Warp World or Twitch are in error. Then we'll do a remove, and then we'll hit next. So it seems like Electrodude is already familiar with Ruben's Unown level. We'll see if AMC Bray is still here for Palace of Punishment. Don't think they were. So yeah, I mean, I took very long on the early submissions today, so not surprised that some people did have to bail, and that's okay. I do know how it goes around here. And Explicit 200, you are back, right? You did come back? Yeah, that's right. So we'll do a continuation of the world. Mr. Laser, since you're asking, I'm doing quite well. Hope you have also been fine on your end. So, as Explicit and I had discussed earlier, I believe this is a world continuation. Awesome Lamp was submitting his only new level, so you're going to submit one of your favorites. Okay, that's great. That's great. I mean, you've shown me some pretty decent stuff before, so... this is presumably a continuation of the world where we had already seen World 1 earlier in the stream. For those of you who are new or just dropping by, I'm going to play the minimum of one level the way we would normally do one submission, and then if things are quick, and things so far in this world have been very, very quick, then we'll kind of continue on and on, either within the first 15 minutes or until we hit game over, or until I just apply some other personal judgment that follows no rules whatsoever. But let's swim our way over to the Cheep Cheeps and see what World 2 is all about. So yeah, thank you for HBC, Spiky Friends. This is just a speed run that involves 4 coins. I didn't really have a chance to read the opening segment. Oh, precision. 14 seconds. At least 4 coins. It's not all 4 coins. We can just skip these. We can skip these, assuming that I can slip in here accurately. And pop out here. Yeah, no way. That's not a valid coin. Absolutely no way. Okay, getting pushed through the left is fine, at least. I have to remember the Twister interaction with invisible blocks, of course, but grabbing 2 coins off the blocks certainly helps. I mean, when it says at least 4 coins, you know, having coin blocks do some of the job is going to assist. And do we get to slip in the side here? Okay, we do need to slip in. And I actually got hit. That was not a timer death. That was a hit death. But yeah, these rooms are clearly just meant to mislead. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And let's get back in here. Yeah, for those of you new to Explicit's levels, some of them do have a very trolly look to them. Sometimes they actually are pretty manageable challenges. This one obviously has that massive misleading fake out that's at the very beginning. But as a micro level, it actually kind of works. And the timer is not too bad. So that's sort of right on the outer boundary of, how generous I feel about likes. But it is definitely something readable and playable, and which is not trying to kill me with timer and precision checks so much. Just finish. How hard can it be? This is going to be that. Okay. It's just a matter of ducking under that thing there. So we'll blast through World 2. I mean, you have to give the title some credit for its honesty. You have to give it some credit. Ah, I see. It's preparation for part 2. Just finish. How hard can it be? Yeah, not too fond of precision checks. I just don't find them to be my style. Partly because with precision checks, often there's nothing I can do to make them interesting from a perspective of having something interesting to talk about. Let's check here for invisible nonsense. Nothing, okay. Yeah, pure precision check and edge jump should be just enough to clear that. We actually need to pick up more speed from the beginning. That's the issue there. I am not picking enough speed off of the initial jump. Need to actually ride some of that, assuming I have time to do so on a timer. Yeah, precision check here is something that is beatable with just a bit of a wind up on that jump. Once again, actually have to let the twisters charge up a bit and hope the clock is generous. And yeah, would need to ride some of that initial burst in order to get through that. Once again, I don't have much clarity as to whether the timer is going to be that generous to me when it comes to riding the twisters up halfway before we get pushed up into spikes up top, saw blades up top rather. But I would assume that we need to just kind of... Oh, it might be a timer check that you need to be fast enough that you cannot have the twisters on the right side of the screen spawn in and start blowing you around before you have access to the axe. I don't do enough precision playtesting to know if it would still be possible for me to get up there, but it does definitely look like a bit of a soft timer check, and that we should be much more worried about the spawning position on those twisters at the end there, and not so worried about the clock. That's my sense here. So you kind of hang left a bit, so you let that charge up. And after I hang left a bit to let that charge up, that first set of twisters right here, let it charge a little bit. Then, obviously I go slightly earlier so I don't hit that. If we kind of back off and let that charge up first, then we might be okay relative to this stuff here, because basically we don't want any of these guys to charge up until we've had a chance to just bounce our way across at a low level. And so I want to take advantage of the camera as much as I can. So spawn these guys and get carried across just a little bit higher and probably beat that first set of twisters. And then we'll see. Oh, nope, too late. I don't know if there is a falling or bounce pattern that would actually give me access here. I kind of doubt it. Unless there is something I can do to lower my way down. Alice Sub-Zero says it looks like you can totally slip through the bubbles. Perico Jones, how we normally do it is that since you're already kind of in the middle of the queue, when we get to your turn, you can just tell me that you want me to play a different code. The only thing that affects is the bot display, like when it says, currently playing such and such code, like that's not going to change. But you can tell me to play a different level when you are called up. If you are near the end of the queue, or if you just, don't mind being bumped back to the end, you can always use the !leave command, but honestly, I'm perfectly fine with just handling that informally and trading out your code when you are called up. So hopefully that's a good, fair way to do it, and that you are not too put off by the fact that the code displayed on the video will be inaccurate. Okay, no, need to let that charge up once again. Yeah, Explicit 200, Warp World does not do !replace. I do know that some other bots like viewerlevels.com might do it. Yeah, Perico Jones, you'd rather do the world option? That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I do think that for super short levels and super easy levels, that doing them as a set is what the world system is meant to encourage, and that's why I do accept those kinds of submissions within reason. So yeah, we'll see if I can actually figure out this one. I do agree with Alice Sub-Zero that there probably is some kind of bounce timing that allows me to slip. At the same time, I do think the easiest way to do it will be to try to get ahead of the spawning as fast as I possibly can. If I sort of, land right on the... Well, I'll try to find some kind of safe landing zone that allows me to beat the remainder of the twister spawns. I feel like I should not let those twisters spawn all the way. I want a nice, quick drop over to the next segment. I just need enough of a boost from those that I don't die immediately. So. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously founded on a mechanic that I think most players will find difficult to control. Twisters, I think, do tend to have issues with responsiveness and what is just colloquially referred to as jank. And letting it spawn, you didn't realize... Okay. Yeah, it took me a moment to realize what you were saying there. Yeah, I do know that's supposed to be like some kind of speed and precision check here, but maybe if we just try to slip in then. Seems like I can get quite close, but I don't know how quality check this is in terms of being able to fall under. Yeah, I'm not going to spend overly long on this one. If I can't figure it out, like, that might just be the end of our adventure in this world, unfortunately. But obviously that would kind of block me from continuing the world submission as well, and so that would be unfortunate. But we'll stick with it for a reasonable amount of time and see if I can actually solve this. I mean, it is something that always makes me decide, I think, whether I'm supposed to read it as a speed check or a puzzle. I don't mind trying to puzzle it out, but if it is just a speed and precision check, like, I think maybe to some extent I don't find that as interesting. Oops. Yeah, Redox, I feel like that hard part on your level, like, it was something I could grasp with practice. I just don't know how doable blind it is. And if the other timings don't work either, or if they make it worse, then maybe it's not really as much of an issue as my early attempts made it out to be. But I certainly think that I won't be the only one who fails for that specific reason. And again, that's just because I think it's very clear that in testing, your wall jumps tend to be much crisper than mine, and you know, that's definitely just a skill thing in some ways. Just a skill boundary for a level design like that. So, just checked. You can make it through the middle of the 2 twisters around the axe. Okay. Okay. So it looks like it is a precision check. Just a precision check that happens. Use the twister bounce mechanic. The higher I jump, the lower I fall. Yeah, I did realize that. I just didn't think that it would get me within range to slip into the gap. I did try that on one of the earlier attempts, but I think maybe I timed out and didn't really get enough attempts down on trying to do that. It's sometimes very easy to get into mentality of giving up on something too early when it doesn't work the first few times, and that's entirely what might have happened there. Oh, thank you for the GG. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I feel like it's an interesting concept, but maybe a little less interesting because it is sort of a bounce check on a notorious mechanic that, you know, can be unreliable. It's not a bad concept, though. And the tightness on the first jump was obviously kind of something that was solvable. Of course, we spoke too soon because here are more twisters. With a 5-second gap. By the time we get to the end, we should be falling gently through the twisters. And falling gently a little bit to the right. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we'll see how we're doing for time, but it looks like we can probably get through World 2. Let me just take a look at where I am currently, time-wise. Yeah, we have time to do it. So yeah, we'll do this one. We'll hopefully be able to finish it, and then we'll move on to the next submission after that. You're delayed like 2 seconds. Are we talking about any kind of delay on the video or sound or something? Or you let me know if there's a technical issue, because sometimes a sound delay is the first sign that something is going to, you know, get cut. But, whoops, should actually watch where I'm going instead of just looking over chat. Oh, okay. You are. Alright. As long as I know what I'm dealing with. I see, okay, so it's going to be down to the right side. There, I do see where the flag is after those claw jumps. Okay, I see how this is going to go. Need to be much more accurate than that if we want to beat the timer. And there we go. Pretty tractable, so... Frames seem to be dropping a lot. Let me see. I don't see it on my current connection indicator, but do keep an eye on that in case something is kind of glitchy on my side. So, yeah, thank you for that, Explicit. Let's get on to World 3 if you get a chance to resubmit this stream. If you don't, that's fine too, but if you want to tag your code on to the end, we'll continue with World 3 the next time you are up. In the meantime, I believe... Let me just check how I'm doing here. I believe we are on sub next. Yeah, thank you for the resubmission. We'll see how World 3 goes. I do think that... as far as, you know, using the worlds as a thematic set of micro levels, that it has been a pretty good use of the concept so far. I know that I've been fonder of some of the concepts than others, and I know that I haven't been just dumping a like on everything, but that's some of them have been fun to puzzle out. Other ones are more, precision checks that might not necessarily get the time to shine in the context of 5 to 10 seconds, but which seem pretty playable so far. So the tuning is not too bad, given that we have been able to get through a world in exactly one of those 15 to 20 minute size chunks. So, Mr. Laser, let's take a look at RF2. R. 9Q. Roll. Playing Grapefruit. Superboss crashed for a while. Well, glad to see you back. Okay, Boom Boom's Ghostly Puzzle House. Mega Mario Gamer, just so you know, if you want to see commands that are specific to your levels, it's going to be !Q. In the meantime, we will see what Boom Boom has done this time in enlisting the Boos to protect him with traps. It seems like this is a very new level from this week, and it's going to be probably the first actual puzzle experience we've received today, with a 4-minute record currently on a very small sample size. So we'll see how we do with it. Okay, what do we got here? Drop down to the POW. Have to kind of adjust myself to a puzzle pace rather than just a do-or-die accuracy pace. Looks like this is probably going to drop a bomb or something that's going to light up, and in lighting up, it's going to hit the on-off switch. That's going to gate whether I can continue this way or continue to the left. This is obviously going to be a scroll break. I hear a thwomp, or feel a thwomp, at least with the controller rumble coming down that side. Other thing too is that if I drop the POW like this, I can probably ride it into the pipe. So we'll do that before playing with the bomb interaction. Looks like this is going to give me a bomb. And giving me a bomb is going to allow me to do the scroll break without the use of the thwomp, if I understand this correctly. So looks like we do want the on-off activation. The on-off activation can be done the same way with a bomb and trampoline coming down the other side. I've not interacted with this at all, but that's because I have not been going down to the lower level, and it's quite possible we'll need that eventually. So let's do this once more. Grab a second bomb, slip it between the munchers, and see if that works. If it doesn't work, we will try the other bomb method using the switch on the left side. Let's do it the other way. Oh, before that ignites, I do want to grab the POW in case we need it. The POW at the point of impact should actually, I think, be able to take a big thwomp, but why don't we get back here and just preserve items for as long as we can. And Awesome Turtle, welcome. And yeah, Electro Dude, take your time with that. I mean, I saved the video for a reason. Oh, I lost a trampoline after putting it in a very inopportune location. Now, I can damage boost. I don't particularly want to. I feel like I want something like a helmet. I also see some text down there, like an N something. It also seems like the clue on the left side tells me I want trampoline on top of trampoline in order to project a thwomp upwards. So the fact that I accidentally destroyed the trampoline here was the issue. Let's see if we can just grab another one. Trampoline, I think, spawned onto the field, not out of the pipe, so I believe we'll probably have to just redo this. Yeah, we'll have to redo this. It does lock us out. Awesome Turtle, we have a queue command for that if you would like to submit your level with add. If you have sufficient channel points from being a regular viewer, there's also a skip the queue option. And if you are a subscriber, you can take the accelerated Disney FastPass queue. But, yeah, we've got a lot of people waiting to be played today, and so if you think you are able to stay, use the !add command to join. Yeah, almost kind of too bad that there is this sort of one-time lock on the trampoline here. I do think that maybe it was just a bit of a weird edge case that I accidentally destroyed it. That's obviously not going to be something that happens to everybody. We also know that POW is not going to be the first thing we need, but I do want to keep it within range anyhow. Oh, nope, too far. Okay, fine. Okay, just catch this. And looks like we will need to reuse. Yeah, so... I mean, it is a puzzle that is based on kind of SD lock depths in that a lot of the failures are not based on retries, but rather just based on restarting the level. And that might just be, you know, a consequence of the way it's designed, so sometimes that's how it goes. Whoops, was trying to make it over to the checkpoint and was just not properly watching the boo. Also just kind of reading what's going on with the on-off state there, given that we will always be respawning from checkpoints in the on state. So if there is a switch activation there, we'll need to figure out what to do with it. This, I believe, was in fact fungus. And we'll dip back here. Drop the bomb. Don't actually need to POW. And at this point, I'm quite confident that I don't need to POW because we would need to take the trampoline up with us anyway. There we go. Actually, very satisfying interaction to push the thought that way, and also a very clear visual clue on the right side. Just one that is going to enforce a death if you so happen to take the wrong object in with you. Which would be unfortunate, I think, if people kind of did everything right up to that point. But still, you know, it's kind of a satisfying interaction as is. Okay, let's stop the boo. Let's think about that checkpoint there. Looks like the jump block down there is a death zone. The jump block on top... Whoops. What is that, reset door? Oh, that did something. Ah, toggled on-off, yes. That's going to trigger the bomb. I wonder why we need the timing switch there. Ah, because it's based on the power-up, yes. If you are small, then that activates. Well, why don't we grab a checkpoint? Yeah, okay, I see. If you come into this while small, then it forces the on-off switches into the off position, which I think is going to be the case whenever you respawn from checkpoint. That's going to happen. It doesn't actually block anything that isn't already blocked with the one-way panels, but it is going to change something with the way we come through here. I mean, I suppose we also just did that with a sequence that would allow us to get through this with a off state without having to die and respawn from checkpoint. Like, I managed to do it without a death, but it seems like I missed a timing window here. And missing the timing window means that I could not get through. This, however, might be a visual clue if we read the arrows properly. Looks like the arrow is pointing to the left, indicating that I needed to drop in on the left side. Let's see if this is survivable by getting through this door. I believe it is. It's not. Okay. Kind of too bad, because I feel like a door reset would have helped me there. But yeah, you can see what's going on with the bomb over there in terms of trying to enforce the on-off. We're not going to let it do that. We actually do need to come in here with an on, I see. And it's going to laugh at me. Why? Okay. That's an N. And it always feels like the level is going to say no to me or something. POW is going to destroy all of the munchers, which is fine, because that will get me up here. A couple of things on the right side is telling me something, but I can't actually see it. Oh, something. Let's see if there's a vine or something that would allow me to make my way up. Alternatively, trampoline. Yeah. Key door. Okay, interesting. That seems just to be an upper segment that may or may not be accessible. We can always try a vine climb. I don't think that'll do much for me. This does not allow me to get through. Okay. Hang on. And Awesome Turtle, thank you for submitting Lava Rush. Okay, seems like this is going to be pretty much completely defended. But that tapping some of these blocks may in fact allow me... Oh, no block over there on the right. May allow me to do something here. Let's... Okay. Not quite high enough. But... let's see what we can do. Oh, you know what? If I put a POW on top of the trampoline on the right side, we also get additional trampolines, but only one because we despawned the one on the left side. So why don't I do a double POW stack on top of this trampoline? Watch it, wait for it. That will get me up to the key door, but not up to any point that allows us to acquire a key. So, okay, we're gonna come up here, carry a POW, and get through. And we'll actually survive with an additional POW, which is fantastic because it should allow me to get through that and lock myself. And unlock myself. And unlock myself. Okay. Wasn't quite sure about that claw there. Left. Oh, I see. It's telling me to run. Yeah. It is definitely telling me to run. I don't have a POW. Don't have a POW, man. Hang on. Let's go through this pipe. Looks like that's a damage boost. Could be that there was a timing trigger. Yeah, timing trigger up top. So we did not need to spend the POW anyway. I actually could have come through here and held the POW all the way through. If I held the POW all the way through, I wonder if it would allow me to break anything, like smashing the swamp on the right side. Yeah, looks like we should not have listened so closely to that. Whoops. Okay, it looks like there's a particular activation timing we're looking for. Yeah, still thinking about the fact that I could, in fact, have carried a POW all the way to this segment of the level. Wonder if that would have broken anything. No, wait for the muncher. Seems like the arrow is telling me to go back anyway, but we'll see if that's the case. Yeah, it does seem like that is expecting the player to run for it. Okay, drop that guy. We have a door over here. I didn't really read that text at the bottom there. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Not really fond of death-enforced one-way doors. I mean, if something is going to be a one-way door, I think it's generally better to do that with a track, but you know, sometimes there's a bit of troll logic that goes on with these, and that's just something we'll have to deal with. Plenty of troll logic going on here, without really being explicitly a troll level. Okay, what's going on here to the left? Let's take a look. I mean, no way but forward from where I was. Okay. That's going to gate me off. But yep, that's fine. Oh, I see. Okay, hopefully that will come up one more time then. I don't know if it will. The boo seems to indicate to me that it won't, but... Okay, through here. That's... I can exit. That's going to be a... kill a boom boom interaction. Yeah, getting a little bit stuffed there. We should have probably just stuck all the way to the side. And, okay. We can probably make another run at that, as you say, that's perhaps a matter of player choice. And let's see how we're doing here. Yeah, hitting that. Let's trap the boo so we don't have to deal with it. And then wait for the second switch to come up. Oh. Wait for the third switch to come up. Or really the second switch, or, well, the switch being sent back up here to do its solemn duty. Yeah, we're gonna fight Boom Boom. Why not? And we'll just get the boo stuffed in there. Not really overly fond of that. Okay, I'm gonna try the other one. Seems like Twister plus Boom Boom seems theoretically doable, but maybe a bit finicky. So we'll at least check what is on the other side. And the ice blocks down there are going to say hi. Hi, ice blocks. And we'll wait this out for the other switch. Continue trapping the flying boo that is off screen to the top right. And we'll take the pipe. Kind of wondering about going down on the right side of that segment as well. Something up, look. Anti-lock. Oh, anti-lock. Okay. Let's do the anti-lock. At least it does follow the one rule with anti-locks that I do kind of treat as a rule, which is they're only funny once, and so I'm glad that I can do it once and then just not come here again. Like, I'm willing to do them once, but only once. Just to, you know, see the nature of the challenge. Obviously, there was some effort to set that up. Also, I did not think about how I could actually have been pushed up through the bumpers up top if I wanted to go for that shelmet and up to that door. And by now, it seems too late to do that. So quite possibly, that might even have been a way forward if there is something through that door or pipe. Hang on. Don't know if this actually is even theoretically doable. There we go. Okay. And what's this all about? Okay. Slip into the right, maybe, and try to get squished. Like, slip in here, try to get squished? Or is this something else? Okay. I need the spring. Ah, yeah, this guy here. Yeah, actually, I do. I can, in fact, take it out to the right side. And get on top of this. Get squished on top towards the shell. There we go. Should be shell dispenser, yeah. Let's actually take it with us. Okay, that works. Okay, not actually an anti-soft lock in the classic sense, but in fact the exit, so. Yeah, just needed to notice that trampoline at the bottom left. It's the only thing that was kind of temporarily sticking me puzzle-wise, but works well enough as a kind of semi-troll, I guess. One that can be done, you know, without too much retracing and without too many fussy execution barriers along the way. So, don't know where the Boom Boom and Keydoor would have gone, but I didn't actually read the ending accurately to see if that was, in fact, just an alternate exit path in a non-linear puzzle house. So, thank you for that. Yeah, it worked all right. I mean, the thing that sort of separates it from something that is a traditional experience, I think, is the degree to which a lot of the puzzles do require you to notice when you are locked and need to take death. Like, I think that's something that's never going to feel traditional, and that's okay, because a lot of puzzles do depend on that in order to be put together the way they are. And so, as something that is, you know, a puzzle, the audience just recognizes that's what's going on. And Explicit 200, you're going to hop off to play Nioh 2? Yeah, you were telling me you were in the middle of that. And Mega Mario Gamer, thank you for checking in and reminding me that you are indeed present. Thank you also for your patience in waiting to be played. And yeah, Mr. Lester, I don't know how many iterations you had put that through. But yeah, if you find the latest version to be something that's kind of successfully tested, it's always nice to be able to say, okay, time to move on. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. But in the meantime, we can take a look at Super Enemy Bros, which has no clears, but that doesn't really indicate anything with so few players on it so far. So, oh no, it looks like those plants are munching on Toad's coins. He has to get it. So there is a clear condition, probably a coin collection clear condition, with all of the alliteration that implies. And Explicit 200, thank you for leaving the queue gracefully. This level took you a long time to clear check. Since there are no clears, I am going to check your clear time, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minute clear time. On something relatively short looking that looks like it will require some caution. Unless there's just a big subworld, which is also possible. So yeah, Mega Mario, we'll see how I do with it. Okay, so it is something that requires all coins, not just a subset or a minor selection, but that would require me to tap a bit of everything, so it is going to be a precision check. I have to not slide too much. Dunlow, thank you for Frozen Solid. I think you're the first auto level today, and so we look forward to seeing that. Yeah, okay, precision check, but you are on a fairly tight timer. I did see that we're down to 120 seconds already, and given that the creator's clear time is right under 2 minutes, it seems like there is probably no time to waste. That the timer is at most going to give us about 10 seconds of generosity. And so, it would be rough. Be very rough indeed. And also, we forgot to hit the repeatable coin block. Didn't really quite get off of that gracefully either. So yeah, it looks like we'll have to tap all 10. When it is based on an all-coin clear condition, I believe that it does require all of these are tapped for 10. That's my understanding. Leaving that vine gracefully by dropping off the left side is something that we'll have to fix up as well. Yeah, we'll see. If I am unlikely to clear this, we'll just have to deal with that and put in a reasonable amount of time. Obviously, I'm not going to make the clear condition, but I will want to learn some of these obstacles anyway, so let's just practice it. Altanet 230, we have a queue that is open, so if you would like to use the !add command, that is how to get your level played, as is the case for most Twitch channels that do this sort of thing. We are down by 1 coin. We are supposed to be at 12 by now, so I will not be meeting the clear condition, but let's try to, once again, do what we can. Yeah. Okay, trying to fall off, but falling off a little bit too low and not really on the left side anyway. We don't have any jump room on that, I don't think. Unless we're right on the very bottom of that. Fine. Before we drop off, I forgot to tap this. It's okay. Okay, we can, in fact, drop off that safely. Going to be a single coin. That's going to be a kind of gentle bounce, but the ice does throw off momentum a little bit, and the timer, once again, is going to enforce some degree of accuracy. So yeah, Mega Mario, even if I don't come close to clearing this thing with the condition active, I will at least try to see as much of the layout as I can so I know what I'm dealing with. I mean, I will say that kind of tight hitbox precision checks are not really my kind of thing, but, you know, we'll try to appreciate what you put into the design, nevertheless. Yeah. And yeah, we'll just probably go ahead right now and just try to practice some of these later segments so we can figure out a method and see what is involved. I think if we do that, we can at least feel some sense of accomplishment, even if we are nowhere near clearing the full condition on the timer. Looks like we needed to bounce on top of something or just have a good jump off the increased momentum from the ice. Yeah. A lot of things here that I think I wouldn't really be able to do on a timer. Okay. We'll just go ahead and try to figure out some of the later stuff first. We'll at least map out the level. We'll try to, you know, touch each coin at least once, even if we can't get it under time constraints. And just try to give the design a fair shot. Whoops. Those ones, we'll try to get it safely at least once. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Very precise jump arc that's required. It definitely sometimes feels like I'm overshooting without really feeling like I'm seeing it in the artwork, where it detects it as a hit, even if I sort of intuitively sense that I'm a bit under. Kind of like that, like where I am obviously failing because I'm holding the jump button a little bit too long, but it sort of feels like animation-wise that at that point I'm already kind of descending. I may be totally wrong about this, but, you know, and I probably am. But that's one of the reasons that I'm not that fond of precision checks, is because they do sometimes require you to read the discrepancies between the tile artwork and how things are actually represented on the grid in-game. And, you know, people who really do have a good eye for pixel precision can do that. I do not have a good eye for pixel precision, so can't really do that. But I would like to be able to get these safely at least once again, just as a proof of concept. And we'll see if I can do that. Might just require me to squat on this pipe. And yeah, if I stay, of course, on that space horizontally, I should be able to block the spawn. It's more that I need to get the appropriate jump height. Now, if I stand still and do a full jump, you see how if I stand still and do a full jump, I'm too low. I actually do need a touch of momentum on the ice, but a touch of momentum is likely to send me too high. And that is pretty much the core of this challenge, that the reach on those piranha plants seems a little longer than what their artwork might suggest, although maybe it's just misleading me into holding jump for too long. But you actually do need a dash jump. That worked because I did a bit of a dash and release. And maybe I just need to find techniques like that. Like dash and release. I'm sure somebody who is in fact an experienced precision player would be able to get an input method that works for this. But yeah, given that I can't even get those coins safely over repeated attempts, I think, you know, the chances of my finishing this level with the condition intact and under 130 seconds is effectively 0. But that's okay. I mean, I was warned about that. I was warned that the clear check took a long time, even as the creator, who knew how everything was going to go, so we understand that's the kind of level it is, and we'll just have to play around it and, you know, take what lessons from it we can. So let me try to get up the yellow pipe just to see something a little bit different from what we've experienced so far. Once again, well, we're going to have fire piranhas on either side. We only have a total of 2 pink coins. These grabs have been surprisingly accurate, given how much trouble we had earlier. That was not accurate. So we'll keep that in mind as pink coin location number 1, and we'll just explore a little further to map out the level. Whoops. Keep it in mind. Don't know if this is enterable. It is not. I wonder if a slope... I mean, you can't really slide in SMP1, but a little bit of a crouch going into that slope is in fact sufficient. Those blocks would, of course, have to be tapped 10 times each. Looks like the yellow pipe up above, probably an exit pipe. But try to map out the whole thing until we've seen it. Yeah, I can definitely see where that 2-minute time is coming from. You know, the fact that you only beat the clock by about 10 seconds or so on the creator clear is one of those things where when I see that in conjunction with the length of this level, which is fairly short, it is a very clear signal to me that we're in a sort of hitbox dodging precision experience, as you see from some of the saw blades. And there's definitely an audience for this kind of thing. I mean, I'm admittedly not the audience for it, but obviously there are a lot of precision freaks all over Mario Maker 2. And they need content too, I guess. Yeah, able to get that. This is an accuracy check on a center drop like that. Remarkable that I managed to do it. Once again, a bit of a slope check down here as well, going down to the blocks. Nothing coming out of that pipe. This is just a bit of a nudge check. And then that's something that is doable. Here. I don't know where the second pink coin is. I have no idea. I don't think I saw anything that looked like a plausible location. And so that's something that I'm thinking about, although at the same time it's quite possible that the subworld had some extra pathfinding that I have not seen at all. Yeah, Ruben and Toad, I think it is, you know, very important to be honest with yourself about, like, what kind of levels am I likely to enjoy. Like I said, I'm definitely not the market for this, but trying to map it out anyway. I'm going to try to take a look to see if I can find that second pink coin, and we will likely try to call it quits from there, but because I don't even know what pink coins are for, really. They might just be... Do they count towards total? I don't know if pink coins count towards the yellow coin total. I sort of assumed it wasn't. We hadn't actually checked this pipe. It might take us somewhere different. Nope, it takes us out there. Yeah. They do count. I just wasn't 100% clear. There are sometimes some things in game knowledge that, like, I feel like I do know with a great deal of certainty, where when I'm in the process of actually playing the level, I suddenly forget and start doubting whether my game knowledge is accurate. And it's true of a lot of those edge case mechanics like that. So yeah, maybe there's some kind of pipe entry or some other location I'm missing then. Because the clear condition does say grab all coins, and I would say that when the clear condition is set up like that, like one of the rules that I'm unaware of is whether the clear condition counter is including the pink coins as well, as I assume it would. But it's unclear to me, right? Like, I don't know if that's actually the case with any certainty. Oh no, here's the second pink coin. We actually did grab it. We did grab it. Okay, so we have seen it then. Okay, let me see how I'm doing for time, because at this point we have mapped out the whole level to see what's in it. I don't think we had missed any locations that were available. So given that we have spent a little over 15 minutes on it, I am going to call it at this point, but Mega Mario, I hope that was kind of a useful playtest. Like, we have zero chance of finishing this, and that's just because I'm just not somebody who can do this level of precision on any kind of reliable basis, but I think there definitely is an audience for this in terms of, people who do play things like Team Precision levels. I don't know how reasonable they would find the timer, but I don't think I did anything to give that a proper test. So the fact that your clear check was 10 seconds under the available time that you actually have, that's still maybe a reasonable safety margin to make mistakes. But I am definitely not the right audience for it, and, I think it's important to be honest about that. Oh yeah, I definitely appreciate the effort put into that, and hopefully that does find the right audience and the right kind of player. So, thank you. I believe Sub Next is going to be next. And that's going to be Mr. Electrodude. Now, Mr. Electrodude, you did tell me at the beginning of the stream, or beginning of your entry into the stream, that you had the level contest that you won a heap of cash in, which kind of nice to see cash prizes for that sort of thing from people who are willing to do it. Metal Mecha Madness, that's right, because you told me that you had submitted it to the contest that required you to not use spike blocks or saws or munchers. And yet it came out to a really gentle, like 4 or 5% or so? Okay, it's down to 2%, but you know what I mean. So yeah, those of you who haven't seen it, I do recommend this level, by the way. This was the contest level. And of course, don't miss this week's 4YMM, where we'll not only see Mr. Electrodude's contribution, but also some other contributions from makers that might be familiar. In the meantime, let's continue grinding away, I guess, at the level that was blocking us off with that fireball shot. Might take me a little bit of a warm-up to get back into this one. I'm not expecting to finish it this segment by any means, but we'll see if we can push a little further than where we had gone before. That will depend very much on how quickly I get the early attempts back together, so we can actually see the later segments and make some decent progression. Okay. I have not been practicing this. That was just a somewhat unusually good first attempt. I don't expect that to hold. Oh, Ruben Toad, I guess you've been working on this one as well. Oops. Yeah, this one, I mean, admittedly, it is beyond my level. But I feel like practicing stuff like this has made me better at other levels, like the kind of, mild Kaizo one that we saw from Poppetary earlier today with the trampolines and conveyor belts. The fact that I was able to do that one in a reasonable amount of time is something that was only made possible by the fact that I have been playing shell levels like this within recent memory. So yeah, so much for the unusually good first attempt. And yeah, I was warned, Ruben and Toad, about the reclaim. I had not made it to the reclaim, I don't think. I'm still getting the fireball shots lined up. But I was warned that the reclaim might be an issue. Okay, I have to remember to actually hold jump into some of these releases. Just need to get that muscle memory back in order. So, let's pop this once again. And come down here. Yeah, at this point, Mr. Electrodude has seen me grind away at this one a couple times. So, I don't have a lot of comments to add to what I've said many times before about things like the camera lock, which is one of the things that does make this level somewhat unique in terms of the stable horizontal position. Not a lot to add that I haven't spoken on already. Yeah, it's sort of weird that the first attempt was my best attempt so far, I think. But sometimes it's just a matter of cleaning things up without losing too much progress that we make along the way. No, I needed to grab that and throw right away. I just missed the grab for some reason. Don't actually know why. I wasn't really paying attention to that particular setup. Yeah, no, that's definitely a spot where the grab is allowed. I just missed it. As you can see how it's stacked on top of the mole. Whoops. Ruben the Toad is going to grab some food. Well, don't forget to re-grab it afterwards. And, okay, bounce. And we'll just duck back in here. Why did I hesitate on that? I don't know. Okay, that's entirely my mistake. I think I was a little doubtful as to whether I was actually going to pick up that shell immediately upon landing, just given how it was slightly bungled last time. And I just kind of doubted it at exactly the wrong moment. But yeah, now at least I'm able to read some things like the fireball shots, which was one of the obstacles for me in the previous attempt that I put on this, which must have been a week ago at least. And for those of you who are new here in the queue, as you may have correctly inferred, yes, if I do fail miserably on one of your levels, but I'm having fun with it and I'm progressing, I am willing to grind out levels over multiple sessions, split over multiple weeks in some cases, if it's something that is a little beyond my level. Sometimes I do just have to quit something and bail on it completely, but the situation with this one is that at this point I have exhausted all of the levels by its creator that are in fact within my ability. And so we're trying new things. We are learning as we go. I am doing something wrong with bounce there. It's probably my facing direction. Yeah. Doing a bit of an adjustment that's actually just sending me right through that first shell. That was never an issue before. I don't know why it's an issue now. There we go. Nice to have that off-camera landing go off accurately without a hitch. There is, despite ball level, yes there is, where I hadn't really practiced the second half on that yet. You say it's a lot easier than this, but it feels quite a bit longer, to be honest. But then, of course, I have not gotten that far in this one either. But you're quite right that I was working on the spike ball one for quite a while. And so yeah, next time you send me your code, I might go back to that one to at least work out the second half. Since the second half had barely seen any attempts, I think. It took me a long time to realize there even was a practice room for the second half content. Okay. Yeah, no, I was supposed to grab that shell on the way down, and I accidentally grabbed it on the way up due to a miss. That was the problem there. And so let's get back down. And yeah, I mean, you know, this early content doesn't actually feel meaningfully harder than the other one, although I do know that you had warned me about things like the shell reclaim that comes later on, and also that this was rated at least a point higher on the Team Shell scale of deadliness. This has 2 CPs, about 25 seconds per section. Okay, yeah. Auto 1 is about 40 seconds, but no reclaims, fireballs, or any of that funky stuff. The fireballs are not too much of an issue once I read them. I've been missing some of them just from lack of exposure. But once I learned how to at least see that the markers were telling me to shoot, that stuff is not technically too fussy, I think. Ah, yeah, that shell drop there. That's thrown me off quite often. It took me the longest time to realize where it was dropping from, and I always forget to keep my eyes out for it because of the way that it is slightly hidden by saw blade overlapping it. Always catches me a little bit by surprise, and which has some implications for my timing and trying to get off of that. I don't know why I've been having so much trouble with the first landing. I think it's because I'm not taking that marker seriously enough when it tells me to land a bit on the right side of that shell in order to project it properly. And whoops. Yeah. I mean, I probably will go back to the spike ball one at the next time you submit, then, given your advice. I just missed the on-off switch entirely that time, and I know that because we didn't get the shell drop on the top part. Yeah, shell jump right away from that. I always react a little bit too late to actually manage to catch that guy. Okay, surprisingly flexible landing on that first shell jump there. I thought I was hugging the wall a little bit too close, but we managed to get that anyway, so... Were you the one who was telling me that you actually play these with analog sticks? I guess if the tech is tested against analog sticks, that would perhaps make a slight difference. I think learning how to play with analog sticks from scratch is probably a bad idea at this stage, though, so... Feel free to move on. Okay, I'll give this 1 or 2 attempts if you have to take off anyway. It's nice to just kind of revisit this one briefly to see how we're doing. Yeah, wanted to get past that obstacle there. I want to get past that thing at least once, but I'll see how many attempts I can really put on it. Yeah, thanks for dropping by and for submitting anyway, even though we are so thoroughly finished with most of your list at this point. Whoops. Ruben and Toad, you always play with stick. Okay. Yeah, I've always played with D-pad. I only use the stick for some high-speed swimming segments, like swimming segments that involve the frog suit or the newly added P-balloon. But then that's just a habit of, you know, a lifetime associating 2D platform movement with sticks, particularly when you have tile-based systems like what you see in Mario. Can't really handle the analog stick at all. I kind of feel like from a play testing perspective that maybe it is important as a maker that I do try to play with unfamiliar control schemes. I do that to some extent when I make, simply because, you know, I do all making in handheld, and so that means that I'm testing against Joy-Cons. But it probably is a good habit on the part of a maker to test with both the D-pad and the analog stick, so you can also get in the head of being a player who is uncomfortable with some of the basic muscle memory. Like if you're building something that is meant to be accessible, maybe that is a good idea. So yeah, we'll see you around, Electrodude. Since you're taking off, we'll pass on this one for now, but certainly no worries about taking another look as usual. Yeah, not exactly a GG, but, you know, we'll roll with that. And we'll hit next. And Ruben to Toad, thank you for waiting around all this time to be played. See how I do on yours. So we have 30%. Auto Mario music. UN Owen was her. Flanders theme from Embodiment of Scarlet Devil. Expert version soon. Okay, so I guess you're kind of getting a lot of the music tracks down in this version. I'm afraid I do not know the source material, but I'm sure I'll enjoy the mixing of the music track regardless. I also see that you're part of the Dutch Maker Mafia. I don't know if I remembered that from whenever you were here last, but no wonder you know Electrodude. If you want to link, let me know ahead of time so I can actually permit a link in the chat, because links are kind of blocked by default. I don't want you to be accidentally banned or something by the bot. So if you want to post a link, if you have it ready, I can permit you, and I think you have a window of about a minute or so to do that. And I can look at it afterwards. Or you can just DM me as well. DM also works. So yeah, you can post it in chat. If you don't want to post it in chat, well, oh, whoops. Oh, sorry about that. Was that after you were permitted, or did we just do that at the same time? Hang on, let me, oh, I typoed. Seriously? Okay. Oh, I said road. Sorry about that. That's what happens when I try to type with one hand, because my other hand was holding the controller. Okay, there we go. I'll look at that afterwards, but people who are curious about it can see that now, and hopefully that video is actually what you said it was. Meantime, let's see this theme from Embodiment of Scarlet Devil. And so yeah, this is going to be the easy mode. It seems like you marked that. And we have auto scrolls. You get the music behaving at a regular pace. Okay, kind of nice. I don't know if this requires me to fly relatively low in order to really get everything loaded in to, you know, act as the various instruments. I'm just kind of taking a look at the way you have the music tracks set up, and I guess it shouldn't matter given that, you know, you're still within vertical range of everything that's been loaded in. I don't know what that door is doing except as an... Oh, okay. So we have a bomb up there. We have a bomb that is acting as an on-off switch. Looks like I have to go through this door, and it will probably be some kind of wraparound. I see, because we have an on-off toggle from the thwop. That gives you a kind of second state and a bit of an elaboration of the theme that then allows you to do a scroll break. I refer to what I said earlier about playing swimming / P-balloon segments with a stick. I am actually doing this with D-pad right now, which is why I'm flailing about wildly. Yep, but we'll bop that with the P-switch. The P-balloon, rather, because that's what P-balloons do. And so yeah, it'll allow you to have the two-state design of the music track. Okay, nice setup. I hope the hard version is something that will elaborate on that in a satisfying way. And let me just catch up on what you said in chat, that for music levels, you always make an auto and an expert version. I see. Yeah, I would expect the expert one to take a lot more time, but, you know, given that you'll want to lay down the music track as the thing that's constraining your available space anyway, it makes sense that you would want to do a first publication of it as an easy version, since that's going to exist anyhow as a bit of an intermediary piece, so... I don't actually see a lot of music level makers do that. Makes sense that they would do that, but I don't often see it, that people will publish the easy version on their way towards making a more platform style, or more like composer style platform plus music level. But yeah, on-off magic, yeah, and the music always loads. Yeah, I was thinking about the camera positioning and a setup, and I was realizing, okay, no, we're in a horizontal zone. It is going to load. Within my flying range, rather. So yeah, looked like everything seemed to work without a hitch. Hope that sounded neat at home. Expert is about 70% done as of now, while the other 30% cleared the easy version. Oh, I totally forgot to actually remove that from the queue, didn't I? Let me mark that in the back end as a win. Sometimes I just forget. So let me mark Ruben a Toad. And so you are successfully cleared from the queue. Don't forget to listen to the original. Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you for the link. I'll go over that after. Okay, currently a fairly short queue, so I don't really see the need to close up just yet, given that we'll be running for some time longer. It's, of course, quite typical that we are able to take a second code from anybody who is able to stay long enough to resubmit. In the meantime, we will go to Awesome Lamp's submission, which I'm told is not an Awesome Lamp level, but is a recommendation. I do see the Awesome Lamp at least lurking. Ah, yeah, you're here. HBC's Spiky Friends, 3%, and it's apparently fixed. On his mission to save the princess, Mario made friends with the Spinies. So yeah, we'll see what kind of cooperation we'll get out of these spiky fellows. And let's hit the POW. And that's the cooperation. Okay, there we go, back and forth. Hey. Going to check this, of course, for a bonus. Interesting how... Like, there's a bit of a jitter here, as you can see, but it's sort of interesting how the Spinies are being used as the mounting point for all this other stuff. Oh, interesting that that also died. Okay. Looks like we were supposed to... Oh, I think I was not supposed to drop the Spiny there. I was supposed to stay out of range of it. And if I had stayed out of range, then I would be able to bounce off of it on top there. So I actually accidentally broke it by going too far to the right. Unless there was something that was P-switch dependent there. Yeah, because I assumed that it was supposed to stay on that one-way panel. And we just need to not go too far. There we are. So yeah, I did break it. Projecting the Spiny over on the conveyor should give me an accurate landing zone. I know this because I played Warutso's level over the weekend that actually used the same concept. Need to get off here before that Spiny makes his way over. Spike top, rather. Late. Just a little bit late. You don't know how I dropped a Spiny. I mean, it is purely by proximity, so... I think maybe I was just too far along. And hey Mang, welcome. Our queue is open if you wanted to send me anything. Don't know if you'll be staying long enough for that. And Ruben and Toad, thank you for the submission of the expert version of Song of Storms. Whoops. Okay, let me pay attention to that. Yeah, the spiny positioning, well, I mean, that just sort of comes from that running back and forth in a one-way panel, I think, and so we were just too close. But yeah, it is true that it seems like the kind of thing that would be caught in testing, and which we nevertheless broke anyhow. I do wonder how I managed to do that. Maybe I just came here too fast. That was... Okay, let's do this properly. Kind of satisfying to have that POW activation at the very start to get all of these mechanisms started up. Okay, so far so good. And just get some of that silliness out of the way. Kind of satisfying to ride that over with the trampoline bounce. Nope, keep forgetting that that guy actually does use the one-way panels to the left and right. That's precisely what got us last time there too, except on the other side. Yeah, it's neat. I have seen variations on this concept, but I think the way it's being designed here is, you know, some decent platforming with some decent error margins, while still requiring that I stay on my toes. And yeah, that jitter effect on the munchers, that's something that's kind of interesting. It is, whoops. Why did I forget to put the switch on there? Okay, yeah, no. That's just sort of the interaction between how that stack is being pushed around by the spiny on conveyor belt. It works differently than if you just put a muncher on the conveyor belt, I think. You wouldn't see that sort of instability and that jitter to the animation if it were not for that spiny being at the bottom of the stack. And that's something that you see when you hit the on-off switch the second time over here on the right, because I believe that does kill the spiny that's mounted under the muncher stack on the right side. And you'll see what I mean in just a moment. It seems like the spinies are being held in place by something like a one-way panel. But... oh no, it's just being held in place by the conveyor, I think. Yeah. It wouldn't be a one-way panel because, of course, they would need to be sent down the belt. Yeah, it's just the conveyor interaction that's doing all that. Does Mario even have toes? That's a good question. I sometimes think that maybe, you know, he's so fussy about his boots. That's... okay, a little bit too late once again. That maybe Mario is hiding some vital information from us all. I'm sure there is some kind of official art somewhere that will resolve that question and show him with our feet. But no, at the same time, Mario's boots are pretty iconic. I mean, I say that partly from having played so much Paper Mario recently, when, you know, boots have always been the representation of his jumping abilities, as opposed to the hammer abilities that had also been around since Donkey Kong. I mean, you would think that after all the stomping that he has done, Mario would certainly be having some trouble when feeling his toes. But, hey, that's kind of a neat setup there. Whoops. That was not so smart. I don't know what I was trying to do there. I don't think I had read ahead enough to see what was going on. the jumps that would be taking place after that spiny climb. So I just hadn't read that accurately. That was purely a reading error. Mario is shown with toes in Super Mario Odyssey. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. In the beach costume, right? Beach costume. I keep going early. The one-way panel on the left always throws me off a little bit because I just want to beat the fastest timing. Yes, Awesome Lap, you're correct, and I know that because I had actually taken screenshots of that. Like, not close-ups of his toes. Because, I mean, you know, no offense to people who are really into feet, but you know, we actually did work with some of the photo mode in the Seaside Kingdom, or wherever else it was that I was playing around with the beach costume, and you are quite right. So yes, that answers the question. See, I'm glad I can draw on such a vast pool of Mario knowledge from everybody who is around me. The other day on the Paper Mario stream, I realized that I had completely forgotten the names of some of the characters in Super Paper Mario because it had been so long since I last played it. I haven't played it since 2007, I think. And people were quite willing to hop to my rescue in chat. Very kind of them. I missed. Okay. Hit this. What were those on-off switches in that earlier segment before the checkpoint about then? It seemed like that was just there to throw you off. So the thing I'm talking about is the checkpoint... no, the on switch that is right here. Okay, there is a bit of a 50-coin challenge that requires you to do a wraparound jump, I guess. Yeah, hit the on switch, do a wraparound jump, and then probably... I wonder how the on-off switch is activated a second time then, huh? I didn't puzzle that out. I didn't see the 50-coin route at all. And I just don't think I understood it. Yeah, I love the Odyssey photo mode. The Odyssey photo mode is what is responsible for pretty much all of my stream art. In terms of, you know, my error messages and maintenance messages and so on. That I think people have seen when they stick around for some of the be right back or fixing the stream or thank you for watching messages. All of that is from the Odyssey photo mode, and so I had tons of fun with it. I think, you know, in some sense, Mario Odyssey was principally a photo game for me. Not to take away from its achievements as a platforming game. Yeah, the ice block positioning spinies there, that's something I recognize from Wario level as well. I was just commenting on that last weekend. Why did I do that? Okay, that was just inaccuracy. No, but the ice block on track setup that puts the spiny into position. Oh, that's interesting, as a post-checkpoint thing. That you have a different segment depending on whether you are proceeding from checkpoint or not from checkpoint. Curious. Curious. So I guess this is... On the right side, the first time that we had seen that, when we just kind of completely flubbed that jump earlier, that was a mode exclusive to people who skip CP2. So we actually have multiple routes. Okay, I need to not get totally walled off here. Split that stack in the meantime. Okay. Drop the POW. Hit the POW. That allows me to come over here. Great. Yeah, the other route is a hard mode bonus. Yes. I see, and we have the double exit over here. Ah. little bit of a fake out as we get to the ending. Thank you for that submission. Awesome lamp. Let's mark that as a win. And see who's next. Okay, Perico Jones is obviously still here, as we were talking about the photo mode, so thank you so much for your patience in waiting to be played all this time. Right, you wanted to switch over to the world option. Thank you for reminding me of that, because I had, in fact, completely forgotten. So we'll switch over to your profile and play the world, which included this level anyway, didn't it? Or, this is your code anyway, because you just typed this one in chat. Yes, that's right. Correct. So yeah, once again, I will type in the rules so people who are spectators are not confused by why I'm potentially progressing, but you tell me that these are short and perhaps best played as a world anyway, so we'll see how we do. And I see that the world was last updated today. So, going to start with a fairly generous bank of 30 lives. I have no idea what to expect when it comes to clear rate or style, but we'll proceed by lamplight. Like we'll have a bit of a horror show. Now, is the light on a timer? Ah, look at this. There's a little lantern decoration here. So you're actually using the background decoration to indicate the tiles that are activating the lamp. That's neat. That's very neat. I rarely see people make good use of the background doodads for any kind of mechanical or signaling purpose, but the fact that that was immediately evident, I think, goes to show how well put together this can be. Obviously, the clock there signals that you have a safe zone and a checkpoint. I actually do like optional and missable checkpoints that you have to explore to get. I do think that as long as the rest of the level has a fair tuning around that and isn't too tedious to restart from scratch, that I actually do quite approve of checkpoints that, you know, some people will get angry at missing, but which give you, oh, another checkpoint. That's quick. Okay, so we see the fawn. It's going to give me more clues. I mean, I guess the title was part of the clue. You did say it was lamplight. But the fact that it clues you into the mechanic, I think, is something that player can appreciate very much. So yeah, nice. Finally, some use of background art. I don't know from your own playtesting how quickly people tend to pick up on that clue. Yeah. One of the few really good uses, I think, of the dark levels with a reliable signaling mechanism. We see the swamp on the upper level, we can take the lower level, and that would be safe. And we see there is a question block down below, so we'll grab that. And climb back up when it is safe to do so. I'm going to warn you about the donut staircase. Didn't really explore the right side, but guess it's just slope, 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 unless we miss something in the dark zone. They pick up either on the first lamp or halfway through the level. Well, yeah, very nice. I, once again, really do appreciate that you pay attention to how the artwork can be used mechanically. That's not done nearly often enough, and I think in something like a dark level, that's especially important, because dark levels are all about signaling and visibility within a very limited context, and I think in order to feel fair, you do need some kind of consistent mechanism like that. So, Okay, here's the SMB Warp Zone remix. And thank you for the GGs, by the way. And we have a question mark over there. I see we have come out of the Warp Zone and we have 4 pipes to work with. Okay. I mean, I guess the idea behind the Warp Zone is that we would go backwards through the level. And we would bust through with the Koopa Shell in order to not really get much done, but okay. Yeah, I guess we just kind of go backwards through SMB 1-2. Oh, yep, that's right. Shows you how scarcely I actually see the main body of the level in 1-2. But yeah, that's just going to kick us back here. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people I think wouldn't necessarily think of right to left as the intuitive way to go, but then the sort of concept of this level just depends on recognition anyway, and recognition that that's going to be using the shell. Recognition that, you know, following the logic of recognizing the placement of the warp zone in 1-2 is thing that you need, and also that you have a gentle escalation of the platforming by kind of remixing some of those traditional underground obstacles. Of course, if I lose the mushroom by this point, things are troublesome. I don't know what kind of mechanism you have in place for people who do lose the mushroom. Okay. Okay. Checkpoint. And question block. Okay, we are in some unfamiliar and uncharted territory. There we are. Witness the power of fire. And what are we doing here? That looks like a place where I would want a shell. I don't see any signaling that indicates otherwise. But maybe there was some way, like if I'd sent the mushroom, like the one-up mushroom down on this side without tapping it, and seen it fall, I might have seen it fall in such a way that gives me a clue to the context of that coin, whether there is perhaps something off screen. Finding it, but given that this is with a free camera, there we go, here we go. Yeah, it is clearly not camera locked, and so I was assuming accurately that that was going to be death. Okay, luckily I am able to get back here from this side, even if we missed the opportunity to take the lower brick. Still have a key door in mind. Okay. Bit of a mystery we can manage. Once again, we're going to have some kind of confined fall. You can see from the upper coin up there that we be thinking about how to do that. There we go. And platform drop for the second coin here. And there we are. And okay. More fire. Oh, whoops. No more fire. A lot of Koopas here. Don't know if that was what was being thrown by Lakitu, and no, it's not. He's going to give us a bit of aid, actually. And taking the cloud down is probably the easiest way of getting that. Even though this is, I guess, partly platform-based. And we will have access to the question mark bonus room at the very end over here. Interesting that there's a P-switch lock. And that there is a P-switch over here. Yeah, because I guess the P-switch would destroy everything around the question block. And so if you got back here, you would, in fact, drop the player down below. Okay, that's curious. That hitting the P-switch would unleash everything and just drop you down directly. That looks awfully risky. I'm going to not step on that. Oh, you want me to try it? Okay, well. Oh, interesting, okay. I do not have anywhere that I can really progress. Yeah, and I guess some of this would have actually been safe as well, unless it was leading you down to some alternate path. But no, that's the only exit. Okay. Worked well. Yeah, I mean, the further you go along, the further it gets, I think, from SMB, but the fact that you use the SMB theming to signal the initial right to left zone was something that actually worked decently. What is up here? Why is that empty? Guess that's just a spot on the map because you wanted to raise this a bit, but that seems awfully strange. Yeah. I actually should have checked if I'm within 15 minutes. I am, okay. So, Ruben Nato, you gotta head out? Okay, thank you for submitting earlier. We missed the chance at the Tanuki Leaf. I did not actually see if it came out of the pipe, and yes, it does, so we're going to do what comes naturally. Okay, not really enough room. I was curious. Okay, nothing up there anyway. At least. Not immediately within view. This looks like a downpipe? Nope. Wrong. Okay, so we should be looking for audio cues when it comes to pipes. That's an important thing that we're hearing from this level already. Oh, no, trying to whip that guy, and he's not going to. Be very cooperative with that. Okay. So I guess we check around for the audio signals. We look for an accurate pipe. At least if I understand this correctly, which may not be the case. Okay, so no audio cue that time with light bulbs, but we made it. Yeah, no, I thought this was going to be something like a, you know, sort of signaling-based level based on the first pipe earlier. I guess that's not actually the case. Oh, whoops. Now, the delay on all these Mario Maker pipe spawns is always going to catch me a little bit off guard. Yeah, it is a bit of a find the pipe level. I guess that is the concept, that you have to survive for as long as it takes to find the exit. I can certainly see some people being put off by lack of clarity, but I mean, that is the concept. I think it's fairly clear to me, so let's come down here to see if we can get a refresh on the Tanuki Leaf. I don't think we can. Ah, there we can. Let's just let that thing spit. And spit. There we go. Of course, we can just try this guy too. No? And, okay, so there is some kind of enemy-based signaling. Okay, so Well, the Goombas were relevant to us earlier. The Goombas are relevant to us now. Does that say anything in the title? Where did the Goombas come from? Ah, yes, okay. I wasn't thinking about the title at all. That's just a risk, I think, of playing these in Super World sometimes. Okay. Try to have that pop out once again. And I can see, of course, that the pipe layouts are done in such a fashion as to, whoops, prevent any kind of flight. Obviously, we need to drift the Tanuki Leaf away well off screen, so it's a little bit difficult for me to tell when the respawn is going to happen, but we managed to get it. And we're going to flutter by like a butterfly. And Brackinator, you said something about the potential soft lock due to the... Oh, in the previous one, yeah. Took me a moment to visualize what you were talking about because we... Thinking too hard about that. Oh, kind of interesting. The bounce plus claw there, that was some nice momentum. Okay. We'll take it. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, if you are small and if you, whoops, don't have a way to bust out of the bricks afterwards, if the coins revert to them. Like, if your fall timing is just exactly as wrong as it needs to be. I obviously don't have that level open right now, but I can see, sort of in theory, what kind of risk you're talking about. So I get it. Okay, that's where the Goomba comes from. So yeah, Gunner Dog, the queue is open, and it is relatively short. We'll be running for some time yet. If you do have submissions, do let me know. You want to get the feather. Not the feather, the leaf. And let's see what we have up here. Well, that's where the Goombas come from. Okay, fine. And yeah, hopefully the bot is going to take those codes from the two of you. So thank you for Link versus the Knight of No Jumps, and for DGR's Big Bean Burrito. Which is presumably not the same thing as Bowser's Big Bean Burrito. Which is a level I'm aware of. I mean, obviously, DGR community has its own sense of humor. I actually just saw a DGR play my level yesterday, I think. Was not a troll or a submission to him or anything, but he was going through 4YMM. And seemed to have a relatively good time with it, so... It's nice to catch up with his midweek coverage of the project. Although I'm told that he skipped the amazing Four Wings Yoshi puzzle. And hopefully for the sake of his viewers, he'll get back to that one before too long. Okay. Let's ride this out. All the way to the top? Nope. Loop and Snoop, we are open. Welcome back. I did see that you have been hard at work at some new stuff. Yeah, so it's not that other Big Bean Burrito, and it's your only fan DGR level, says Gunner Dog. Okay. Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, when you see levels tagged for specific streamers, it's very easy to, you know, get a little bit concerned about what adventure you are about to be in for. Although, you know, I have playtested some early versions of things that are sent to streamers, like sent to bigger streamers before. So, no stranger to that by any means. Okay, let's actually watch this accurately. Sometimes the spawns off the pipes do catch me a bit off guard in this section. But then, you know, that's just partly pipe spawn timings in Maker being weird, and partly just me being careless, because I've been trying to catch up and chat at the same time. So thank you, Lupin Snoop, for your Maker code, and for the music level that you've been making to end your Super World, unless you want me to play something else off your list. Okay. Yeah, it occurs to me I don't actually know what the DGR in DGR's name stands for, if it stands for anything. Okay. I feel like that's not the bump I need in order to get over that, but the lower bumper didn't seem to be quite right either. Oh, whoops. No. I knew that was not going to make it. I just adjusted poorly. Dave gonna react? I guess he does, yeah. Okay. Let's... no. Okay, so here's the issue here, is that when I get a high bounce off the middle bumper, the right bumper is usually off camera. And so because they are moving at different speeds, I don't know what... Or rather, not different speeds, but because they're moving along different track lengths at the same speed, I usually, when I'm bouncing on this guy here, I cannot see the position on the lower bumper if I need some kind of safety net to fall back on. I probably should be taking the lower bumper anyway for the sake of my horizontal positioning. But if I am taking the high bumper, the camera is in fact a bit of a hindrance. I should just take the lower bumper because of that, in fact. Whoops. Dave gonna react, Dave gonna rage, Dave gets really frustrated. I mean, but he puts DGR and Dave in his name, right? Like a DGR underscore Dave. So it's kind of like Dave gets recursively Dave, you know? Okay, so we see Mushroom off the left, Goomba close to that. I'll be taking the Goomba pipe after I grab the Mushroom. I would like that bit of a damage buffer here. And then we'll check that pipe and get through this obstacle at last. And it looks like it's going to be down here. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. What have we got up here? Yeah. I mean, I guess you do technically have time to react to some of the vertical drops. And of course, that spacing there was designed to require the Goomba to get you up onto the pipe. Reset door. Reset time. Yeah. Dave gets recursive Dave, Dave got to repeat Dave. Exactly. Exactly. One of life's mysteries, I guess. One of life's mysteries, or at least one of Dave's mysteries. Okay. That looks like it's reset door heaven in some ways. And that's going to come down in a fixed position, so we now need to check both sides here. Okay, look at me clip right through that Goomba. Clipping right through his feet. That's probably the exit. Or not. Or not. Didn't even think to check it, and it's pretty clearly not. But let's just try to get some vertical spacing here. Just as a comfort zone. And we'll fall in, and that should probably be close to the end. Oh, got Karibo's shoe over here to take us down with some fancy footwork. And we have a Goomba stack. It's going to split. And we're going to do the silly thing. Thank you for the follow. Strange loops both on screens and in acronyms. Yes, that's right. So for those of you who are new here, we are very big fans of the work of Douglas R. Hofstadter. It's the sort of presumption of recursion. And also, I think, our general fixation on the meta. But let's see what we can do here. Haven't really seen that many Mario levels make use of that, though, outside of set of set. Depend on a kind of wraparound recursivity. Like what is going on sometimes was that bizarre entity-based repeatable checkpoint tech. Not really the same kind of loop, but, you know, you definitely see some fourth wall levels sometimes that are very much about giving you the sense of breaking the boundaries of the game, and I guess that's pretty much as close as we get. Okay, let's try not to fail at the easy stuff. This was in the middle of the world submission, right? Like, I am going to cut off after this one and proceed to the next submission, but Erica Jones, of course, you are very welcome to resubmit your code. We will be open for a little while longer, not too long, but I would assume that it's one of the two in the bottom stack that is holding the key, and I assume correctly. Anything going to come out of the pipes? No? Okay. Yeah. Good level all around. I obviously had some camera issues with the bumper bit, and I do think that despite the light bulbs at the very beginning and the signal from the title, Where Did the Goombas Come From?, that maybe the idea that the Goomba pipe is the relevant clue is something that needed a little bit more repetition in terms of a teaching segment. That the one light bulb at the beginning led me to expect that light bulbs or something similar were going to be the clue. If there was some kind of quick, consistent way of reinforcing that I should be searching for the Goomba pipe every time, I probably would have gotten past some of the guesswork much sooner. At the same time, you know, it is a thing that is the player's responsibility to puzzle out, so it's just one of those things that I think as a clue is very easy to misread, but we'll call it for now. We'll mark that as a win, and if you are able to save Perico Jones, you are very welcome to resubmit so we can close out the last two. And yeah, I believe Sub Next is going to be next, but let me just check very quickly. Yes, Sub Next. If there are any subs, I think we might actually be clear at this point, but I'll check it. Oh no, we've got your yogurt hose, aka Mang, is going to send me F8L. That's a fail right there. MHK 2XG. I'm assuming that Der Yogurt Hose is actually still here. Meng, do you want to check in? They usually manage to stay long enough for a submission. Ah, there you are. Okay, fish level with fish, that's right. It's 1.6%, Scary Sewer Skeleton Fish Party. Sometimes these percentages can be quite deceptive, depending on what kind of strange momentum mechanic we're in for this time. But we'll do our best to explore the scary fish. They're scary. And fish. Yeah, very nice number of plays that we see there, as Alice Sub-Zero has accurately observed. Let's play. Ah, okay. I see. Okay, so it is going to be based on a fishbone bounce. Nice. One of the few targeted uses of fishbones out of water that I've actually seen. I mean, I've seen them used in some other contexts, like some of the themes that have water-style gravity mechanics, like some of the night themes, but in terms of just having regular gravity still use the fishbones for something valuable and functional, that's interesting. I'll find a better timing to get over that spike, I think. Here we go. And then we have a slight escalation of risk. It's funny, this is actually oddly reminiscent of Mang's car level, Get Out of the Car, I believe it was called, in that it is all about those up and down bounce timings, but in a very different context. Okay. Yeah, really interesting to see the quickness of the red pipe timing on these as well, relative to when they die off. It is kind of like a rhythm game in some ways. We have to find a rhythm for catching these. And just adjust our fall accordingly. Like that. The spikes there, ensuring that we have to maintain some control over our bounce. That's going to release... Ah, that's going to release a single opportunity to get that, because that's timed around only having one shot. Very interesting finish to that segment. That was going to be a miss. I knew that as soon as I jumped. Oh, whoops. Yeah, really liked the finish to the first segment. And it's one of those things where you can understand what's going on right away. See what needs to be done, and then... which still kind of challenges you to read something new. Once again, the degree to which you have to compensate for the added height on your fall does make you practice a slightly new timing. I would hate to be the one trying to optimize this for a speed record, but I'm not a speedy player, so I don't feel like I have to do it. But I can definitely see how you could potentially do a very smooth, efficient run through the first segment. And we'll try to get some of that smoothness down with repetition. Nope. There we go. Yeah, missed the opportunity. Really have to go right away like that. Very narrow window to do so within the red pipe timing. Now we need to manage 2 jumps now. 3 jumps. There we go. The alignment from the first jump actually makes quite a bit of sense, that the difference in height between those pipes was actually well tuned for full jumps and full bounces off each successive fish. This one is going to require some kind of short bounce between number 2 and 3, and we'll just have to see it. I feel like I'm going to value that checkpoint placement very much. This is all about the offset timing from the first bounce. There we go. And this is all about a directional adjustment from right to left, so a lot of different variations on this concept. And we'll see how much of that is reliable enough to stick as we make a second round of attempts. Yep, it's going to be long, short, long. You think you can even skip the first fish? Yeah, I guess it's more of a tutorial fish. Yeah. That timing, I feel like I was maybe a little bit lucky at getting it in one shot the first time. But I guess it's hard to tell at this point whether I'm supposed to adjust earlier or later on the first bounce, as long as I get the short bounce from 2 to 3 accurately enough. As you can see, that was not so great. But I think I just have to wing it, and which is why this checkpoint placement here, I think, is pretty much exactly where it needed to be, because as people often hear me say about checkpoints, checkpoints are not so much about difficulty, they're much more about reliability. So the thing that is hardest to make feel consistent is ideally where you want that checkpoint to be, but of course a lot of people I think would be craving one after this as well, but we managed to get that, so no big deal either way. No, too early. Or too late, either way. I mean, you know, if you're off the cycle, you're off the cycle in both directions. And going right away actually kind of helps. Whoops. That's not a good way to miss. Not a good way to miss at all. Okay. And hey, Evil Swede, thank you for the submission. Thank you for the submission of Save Me Comic. Queue is getting a little bit thick at this point. I don't know how many people are going to be able to stay online. I will likely be closing after this level, or by the end of this level, so if any of you have any last call submissions, now would be a good time to think about digging up those codes. But yeah, we'll be closing this fairly soon. But yeah, we were pretty much one jump away from getting past this central segment here. So we'll hopefully get that down quickly. Really satisfying to land that bounce in that series of 3 when you are actually able to get it. Here we go. And then once again, I have to adjust for height a little bit, and for the fact that we will have a bit of a time-insensitive bounce ahead of us. And a double bounce, I think. One bounce off of fish number 2, hit the switch, second bounce off of fish number 2, land on the on-off blocks on the other side. Yeah, bad timing off of that. I want to let the platform drop a little lower in order to buy myself some headroom. Anyhow. Okay. A little late. Yeah, it feels like adjusting early is actually what I want to do. That time was just an issue with bumping my head, I think. I was trying to get a short bounce down, but sometimes my positioning is just not where it needs to be. I think actually I'm not holding right soon enough in order to get enough horizontal distance onto fish number 3. Yeah, there's something going on here with my bounce that is slightly off now. There we go. Okay, that's going to feel pretty smooth. That's not going to feel so smooth, and I will not be able to recover due to that corner. So yeah, we'll just try to get this down as consistently as possible. That's not as consistently as possible, but trying to make some progress here. You know, due to the low ceiling there, I wonder if it is something that is necessary to do to low bounce off fish number 2, but I'm trying to refine my technique on that anyway, so obviously you can see we overshot a little bit. And okay, good. Nice roomy adjustment on the very end there, actually. That was helpful. And yeah, that was something I could plan around. As was that. Too low, but the second and third bounce on that actually do that for me, so that's kind of nice. That's going to be timed once again. It's okay, that's just repeatable. Also, we don't take 260 seconds to get this done. Should fine. Just need to find a nice speedy way to beat that. Note that this uses green and yellow pipe timings. Yeah, jumping on top of that directly instead of getting onto the box on the side solved that problem for me. And you can see how that's timed using the green and yellow pipes precisely to make that happen. Okay, so now we have a bit of a classic mag setup here in terms of having to use sideways bounce momentum. And we'll have that in an increasingly time-sensitive context. Which makes me once again thankful for the checkpoint placement. Andros PL, welcome. Thank you for Mario in the Heights. Don't know if that's going to have anything to do with the musical In the Heights, but we'll just assume that you just go to high places. Okay. Looks like it will be, once again, a spring bounce. Assuming we can drop on that accurately. Okay. Go. Once again, just have to think about how much of that cycle we're losing to the delay in my fall. One interesting thing that you'll note about the later trampoline setup we have is that the pipe is actually one block closer to the trampoline, such that we'll be heading directly into the trampolines from underneath when we get into that second setup coming up right now. So that's something to keep in mind as we try to get that bounce done accurately. Once again, still not reading that timing correctly. You always use sideways springs when you run out of ideas. Well, I mean, I guess that is just a regular touch. And oh, hey, we got all the way up here for absolutely no reason. I guess this just was a way of enforcing... Why would you need to enforce on-off at the checkpoint? Oh yeah, at the checkpoint, right, because when you arrive, you need to make sure it is consistently on. I see what's going in there. We just didn't take a proper look at it. Okay. You know what? Why don't I Okay, I guess not. I was thinking about the previous room and how it was the successive timings on the fish bounce, which are very satisfying, by the way, that allowed me to get to the on-off switch. Eventually, as you can see, doing full jumps on the fish does run out. See, like, eventually I'll lose that time advantage, maybe? Or is this, in fact, an infinite one-up trick? Okay. Yeah, eventually I sink. So, can't really do that forever, but you can do that for as long as it's satisfying, and it's kind of nice that you can do that enough to get a 1-up. Okay, nice short jump there. This is the thing that has been my roadblock so far. And I'm still misreading that. I think I have to go down with the fish. When the fish goes down, I go down. Okay. Okay, maybe I'm just inaccurate and I changed horizontal positions or did something to affect my falling arc. And so perhaps you can do it infinitely if you are perfectly stable and accurate. That's true to classic 1-up tricks as well, that it is all about finding the pattern, finding the way to make micro adjustments to maintain the pattern. Okay, we had the right idea. I was just too far to the left on the trampolines. But yes, I go down when the fish goes down, and that's the correct timing. Okay. That was correct, but I was too far to the right because I was overcompensating for the issue that I had with hitting the trampolines accurately. Once again. Yep, just need to find the right position to get over that. Yeah, Gunner, too bad you can't stay unless you're just replacing your code. But we'll hope to catch you next time, if you have to leave. Whoops. Yeah, still trying to find the right pocket there. That definitely seems like the most challenging jump we've had to deal with so far, just given the different variables involved when it comes to accuracy. That not only do we need a timing that is offset by the amount of distance we are dropping, but we also need a good horizontal position on the fish as well as the trampoline. And so, for all those reasons, it is definitely the most complex trick here. But we managed to do it, and we'll see. Oh! Okay, didn't react to that very accurately. I suppose I needed to get on a fish to get back on a bullet as it heads back. Get back on a bullet blaster, rather, as it heads back left to right. That would give me enough distance to get over that gap on the right. So, yeah, that's just a depth to reading it for the first time. That happens. Totally understandable. Totally forgot the timing there, which is to go down with the fish. Okay. A little too far to the left, going into the trampoline, and so we had a bounce that was much too low. Okay, here we are. Nope. Yeah, Bragnator, hopefully we'll be able to catch you in another queue as well. But and see here. Oops. Okay. Plan this out once again. That one's easy to plan. This one's a little bit more difficult. That was too soon. I needed to catch it as it falls, not before it falls. I mean, obviously that is meant to be an obstacle. That's an escalation of the difficulty we have seen thus far. And it is right after the checkpoint as something that is not as reliable. Definitely feels like the timing is very hard to figure out intuitively, and so you do need to practice it a bit until you establish the pocket that you need. This fish here, obviously, being the one that's been giving us the most trouble. There we go. Yeah, just a minor adjustment making that possible. Oh, thought it was going to spawn once again, and I was much too early. Hoping to catch a timing that would get me on top of that swamp, but I think maybe the way we were standing by the pipe was not fitting in with that. Nearly a miss. Okay. Yeah, once I find a good timing for that, that seems to work better. There we go. Once again, another bounce, except need a little bit more momentum, a little bit better momentum, rather, going up into that. We were sort of falling in to the trampolines instead of going upwards towards them, and that's the issue with that jump there. Whoops. That was just slippage. And, okay, what can we do here? Up and down, up and down. Okay, that's becoming more reliable now that we've found a pocket. As is this. Yeah, this is just a matter of finding the pocket. We have to stand apart from it, though. We can't stand on the right side because that will block the pipe. Once again, really do need to hit the upper trampoline, I think. Need to hit it on our way up, like we do here. Okay. There we go. Nearly missed that one. And that was just a horizontal positioning issue that time. Okay, so let's try to clean up that timing instead of just eyeballing it, I think. Would be necessary, given that I had no trouble with that when I was actually thinking about it. Kind of playing that one on autopilot, I think, being eager to get back to the later jumps. There we go. Yeah. Need to pay attention, and there we go. Doing this one fairly accurately. Okay, here's the issue we were running into. Almost. Still a little bit low to clear those spikes there. That definitely seems a bit tight. But, you know, we weren't getting a very good bounce. And you can see even here that despite the 2 trampoline zone, that you really do need to get into the upper one. It's going to be quite similar there, except we need as much of a falling arc as we can. And there we go. Really satisfying to finally get that down consistently, at least. That one there. Oh, whoops. The closer the fish is to the trampoline, the higher the jump you get. Okay. So I do want to hit it at max height. Well, one thing that's telling me then is that I actually do want to stay on the fish then. If I can. Like, if I can stay on the fish and then get the bounce, that's probably best. So if I do a repeat bounce on that fish later, that's probably the best strategy, from what I'm seeing. If I have room to do the repetition, that is. Which I think I do. Oh, too soon. Yeah, because I can manipulate the bounce I get and select the bounce I get if I jump repeatedly. Let's... Yep, there we go. Much better timing. I know I'm supposed to get a safety bounce off of that fish, but falling works too. There we go. Yeah, the repeat bounce solves everything there. Okay, this is just a dodging challenge. Okay. Now, what is this? Looks like that's going to be, once again, time limited. We need to hit the on-off switch, get up here, get a bounce, and get on that fish before the yellow pipe activates. That will require me to get a decent bounce there. Okay, we need to practice this thing here, because I feel like Okay, if I hold up into that and just do a double jump, that does it. Okay, good. Just needed to see that method reliably, and that will allow us to get over. And on to the flag. Okay, thank you for that. Really quite a pleasure to figure that out, even the more difficult jumps that didn't seem easy to read at first. A great mechanic. I think some of the variations in spacing and also pipe timing managed to make all of that fit together in a very satisfying way, so. At this point in time, I will be closing the queue so everybody is afraid, so not afraid, so everybody is aware. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. So everybody is aware of our policy here. For the people who are already in queue and able to stay online, I will play long enough that I'll get through the queue. I might not be able to spend as long as I otherwise would on every level, and if you sent me a maker code, I will likely select something on the easier side. But at this point, let's just see who's still in. We have 7 in queue, and most of them should be online, I think. Yeah, okay, no need to be afraid, but be aware that if you are already in queue, I do plan to get through you. At this point, we are going to close, though, so... Yeah, thank you for signaling that you are still here. And just give me a moment, because I am going to update my stream information. Just to indicate that everything is closed up, and just make sure the bot is also displaying accurately. Sometimes I just need to ping the bot with a command, possibly just refresh it. Okay, so we'll get through everybody we can. Yeah, and at this point, let me just check how things are looking in Warp World. So, Alice Sub-Zero, you are next. And we don't, I believe, have any subs left in queue, so what's going to happen at this point is that it will be next down the line, all the way down the list. Hopefully be able to get through everything as we usually do. Okay, Alice Sub-Zero has sent me Mechanized Trick Forest. Smaller Twitch streamers are underrated because they play all your levels. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, once again, just because we are kind of getting along our way to clearing the queue, because this is a troll level, I don't know if I will have time to do the whole maze to completion in one sitting. If I do not manage to complete it in one sitting, and if I do have to cut it off, you know that unless this is terrible, you are quite welcome to make me continue the next time you're back. But in the meantime, we will get as far as we reasonably can without running the clock over by too much. We'll see about that second clear. So yeah, I know that this is partly for playtesting purposes, as was the case the last time you sent me something like this. Okay, so anyway, we have a couple of things going on here. We have poison, we have jump blocks, but one cloud. Notice that it is one cloud that is under this guy here, or no, maybe that is a jump block. It's actually all clouds except a jump block, but you can see there is a slight difference in the artwork. That something is different under this in the stack. This looks like it's going to be P-switch dependent, unless there is something like a spike ball break. The P-switch buried here looks like it's indicative of something for sure. We have clouds here and something here that's going to... yep, there we go. Okay, scroll break, and P-switch. P-switch is going to drop this guy. P-switch is going to drop this guy. We see a scroll break to the right. Clearly something is waddling to the right of that scroll break. Probably bomb dependent. And yeah, that's what's going to go on there. Okay. Oh, okay, so there was something timing dependent behind that trigger. I was trying to set it off safely and just didn't manage to account for that delay. So, why don't we get back there, try to get the second shell down and see what to do with it. I might need to. I haven't really tried deflecting the first shell. That's something that could happen. And which doesn't do anything because, of course, there are ground blocks to the right. It's not like a Carl Money collab, yeah. I only really know the Carl Money stuff by reputation. I know they are supposed to be these projects that, you know, are there to maximize anti-Carl trolling, but I can't say that I've actually seen them firsthand. Their reputation precedes them. So is it just a timer delay, or is it something else that's going on here with this thing? Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow, interesting. Is that... I was trying to pay attention to the sound effect there and figure out, okay, what kind of trick is that? Like, because I know a lot of the hyperspeed tricks have been patched out when it comes to activations that happen, you know, by way of on-car hyperspeed and tricks like that. So, didn't quite detect what was going on there, but the sound effects certainly sounded very threatening. Okay. It's actually been a long time since people have sent me a troll, but then I've been doing far fewer levels lately. Okay. Am I supposed to not come down here? Oh, something else is going on. Okay. This door looks suspicious. This jump block also looks suspicious. I guess the jump block was some kind of switch trigger, depending on what it dropped. Down to the lower level. I see, that's the sound effect, okay. So this seems correct so far. Blasters, mushroom, that seems like it's timing based. This looks awfully suspicious. Okay. Well, the thing that has changed now is that we managed to get back here with a toggle on the on-off switch, and that might, in fact, be important, because it probably won't be important just because of the way that things are guarded by one-way panels, as we see in this segment here. Okay. Let's just grab these coins first of all, out of the way. Let's check that pipe for no reason. Those are definitely upward burners, right? Wait. I didn't read that message. Let's go back and read that message. Munchers are triggered by Zappa Mecha Koopa, which... Yeah, that's right, that's the sound effect. Yeah. That's interesting use of Mecha Tech. I, once again, have not really been playing many Trolls recently enough to have seen how Mecha Tech is going to happen. Okay, make those two hit. Yeah, that's just a hint to what we've done already. That's fine. Yeah, I should have been able to recognize that as the Zappa sound. The thing about the Zappa Koopas was... I mean, I have seen them used in Lava and Poison, I think, but I couldn't remember what their interaction with that was. But that's okay. We'll make them hit. Yep, that's going to be Zappa-based. We'll get back through here. Interestingly, though, notice that if I came back here with that Zappa Koopa that was unblocked, that would potentially be able to get me through the right. No, I mean, like, you have a couple of destructible blocks that are to the right of this mushroom platform, but not enough to do anything interesting, unless, of course, you have something like a goal flag that is buried directly under that spot, which I think is not going to happen because of camera position, so that's not going to be it. I think that's just a speed check. Just need to get through that quickly. Okay. Let's get these guys here. Is it timer based? Really can't tell. Oh, I guess I need to stand here for a specific amount of time. Oh, I see, because it's probably raised by something like a, oh, yeah, because it's probably raised by something like a... I was about to say Monty Mole, but I guess, wasn't quite sure about the positioning on that. You remember Happy Lappy making them duck detector, okay. Okay, I see that we have a Fireflower segment up there that looks like it's some kind of anti-softlock check, maybe? I don't know. Be careful here. Getting under here looks incorrect. Although it's very difficult to tell. I mean, I hadn't really explored that segment yet, so at the moment we just don't know. Okay. Okay, same method as before for a particular reason. Whoops, don't want to get stomped there. And Sparky, anyway, but you may or may not know that Sparky was actually the familiar nickname that was given to Charles Schulz, creator of Peanuts. So, if you prefer that term over the Zappa Mecha Koopas, or as I like to think of them, the Moon Unit Mecha Koopas, that's certainly your call. Sure, let's ride this out. See what's going on here. Okay, on, off. And that's going to be death. But it is going to give us a clue about a muncher that is situated somewhere. I did not actually get a proper read on that muncher clue, so at some point we may need to go back down that path. Yeah, I just didn't get a read on it. Okay, so we'll come back here. We'll get over here. Okay. Right, because you had some kind of muncher clue suggesting that I hit that, perhaps. Like there is going to be some kind of question block that replaces it. Let's... Okay. It's always a bit of a thriller. Alright, let's tap this guy. Tap this. Telling me something about Master Sword. That looks awfully suspicious. It's suspicious. Wait. That was overly ambitious. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. Sometimes I just back off from that too early, in fact, and don't trigger it, and so... Always difficult to tell what my safety window is going to be. On this guy here, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a shell that's falling, so... Not much to do, but let it make contact first. Wait, that's timing base. We have to not forget about that guy and also not slip off to the side for no reason whatsoever. And, okay, there we go. Okay. Alright. On second thought, let's not go for the Master Sword. Oh, wait, no. Is that a... I don't think there's room for a bumper. That's definitely... trampoline or something, yeah. Or maybe... I was thinking about the Bouncer because of how it is set up relative to the camera boundary at that point. Because for those of you who might not be able to see that because that is off screen and it may not be obvious to you unless you're paying attention to the audio, I am getting bounced when I try to approach the Master Sword there. And that's going to tell me what? Okay, that works. Yeah, ducking under there is going to be miraculous feat of survival. And what are we going to do with this guy? I mean, with the Pokey, we need to do what comes naturally, I guess. and hit a checkpoint, which... Oh, that's interesting. Seems like we discovered that accidentally. Which means we'll just have to muddle through. That... It's like an anti-lock game. Yep, thought so. Okay. But it's not so much an anti-lock game because it actually gives you power. Big mushrooms are going to allow me to press the on-off switches. My way out. And not get through here. Okay. So, if I wanted to get out of here, I think I would need to spawn. Ah, there's a spike. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it looks like that's a pure anti-lock game to discourage you from going through that pipe in the first place. We won't totally write that off in case it becomes relevant, but that's up here. And so I think the 50 coin was just mainly there to bait you into that, if I understand it correctly. Okay, ding dong. Merrily on high. Couldn't see what I was trapped in up there, so... Oh, okay, no. I didn't read that properly. Let's go back there and read that. And... aha! That's interesting. Yes, because coming in here with a respawn from checkpoint is going to reset the on-off state back to on, and I think that is a slight manipulation. So that is a restart from checkpoint lock. We'll just have to think about how that might have been manipulated. What else that brings me? That allows me to pluck clouds, not that it's relevant to anything here. Oh, I actually just dodged the SMB2 mushroom. Okay, never mind. So am I not supposed to get it? Let me read this properly. You see two down arrows that are by that block, as if I'm supposed to press down in order to get pushed around into something else. Guess it does kind of throw you off. Okay. Don't really see what's going on. Obviously we see something that's kind of breakable in the bottom right. I think a potentially breakable floor, but don't really see what's going on here just yet. Yeah. Don't know if I actually understand. Oh. Oh, okay. So I was writing something if I just duck. Just get sent forward by something. Okay. Didn't manage to keep as a mushroom, but it seems like that is meant to send you back here small anyway. That looks like it was timing based, such that baiting you into grabbing the sword with the expectation that you would want to bomb that spot is what it was trying to fool me into doing. Nope. Trying to stay low to dodge SMB2, and that did not work at all. Yeah, kind of wondering how this room is setting up that little thing at the end. But whoops. Yeah, I guess the SMB2 mushroom mostly serves to throw off some of your arcs by expecting that you're going to get an enemy bounce and throwing you off if that is indeed what your muscle memory has conditioned you to play towards. Looks like we are trapped. The fact that this is built over a bed of spikes rather than a bed of poison already is enough to indicate to me that the yeah, that we do have a scroll break coming in the bottom right here. Like, very clearly there is some kind of separation between the top and bottom half. And that this is built in such a way, yeah, that's right, because we are still in the same subworld. And so we are just locked to the top half of the screen. Okay. That's also important information, I think, when we think about how this is structured and put together. Let's not start. Okay. That's fine. I think I actually need it to be small, maybe. Yeah, because I'm hitting something there. Could be required that I'm small. From how I'm reading that. Yeah, I don't exactly remember what input sequence I had the first time in order to get through when small, but following the down arrows seemed to be the right idea. Originally, this was the last section before CP2, but then you decided to move it closer to CP1. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. At least with the pacing that I've seen so far, just given that there is a bit of an execution barrier here. And that sometimes I think in a context of a troll level, the issue with having an execution barrier is that it muddles the question of when the player asks themselves, okay, am I trying the right thing? Am I trying something that works? Like, they then have to decide, okay, did I actually try the right thing? So, you know, it was a mistake in execution, or was it actually a mistake in spotting what to do? And if it's a very minor execution mistake, it can be very easy to get the wrong impression that you did things wrong when you were actually pursuing the right solution. Don't know what happens here in order to sneak me over to the other side. I am holding down. I'm tapping down. I seem to be out of the range of, yeah, whatever I was hitting up top, like a jump block perhaps. Okay. Yeah, the boo is down there. The boo is going to trap me here because this was never at the right place to begin with. We actually did, in fact, have to go for the sword. Well, that's how it goes. That's just how it goes. However, the fact that we are still proceeding here with doors indicates to me that we are still in the top half of the same part of the course. No. Yeah, it feels like I should be trying to dodge the SMB2 mushroom entirely. But if I catch it, I do need some kind of plan to drop it and take damage as I've been doing. No, I can just pick these guys up. What am I doing? Pick these guys up and land on a spike, yeah. That's the easiest way to do it, I think, is just to pick up. get back into small form and try to do something from there. I'll get on that guy first. Pick up, drop, small. That's interesting. That's new. That's new. Oh. Oh, that's the first time I've actually slipped into that. This part is familiar, of course, because of the bullet was also meant to send you into this anti-softlock game. Bullet blaster, rather. Okay. Okay. Let's just rotate around. Yeah, first time I've actually seen this, huh? I am probably, after all this time, still reading the double down arrow thing inaccurately in terms of understanding what it is I'm supposed to do in order to be conveyed safely over to the right side. But I think maybe that time I just entered at a very poor choice of location. You have to go to bed now, looking forward to having dreams about Mario's feet? Well, sweet dreams. Hope they smell better than Mario's presumptive feet. Okay, so I actually do need a bit of a bounce off the edge. Here we go. Jump over it. Don't hold anything, just press the A button. Okay. Strange. Yeah, this segment is definitely causing a little bit of an issue. Demon Destroyer, hey, welcome. Maybe I do need to hide off that guy. Okay, that works. Okay. I mean, obviously I have zero access to whatever is going on upstairs. Worth checking. Okay, so I need to let the Muncher kill Mecha. I don't know if the Muncher will actually still let me through, but obviously that is something worth trying. Okay, get some height off of this guy. I mean, I've been staring at this thing long enough that it made sense to try it. And we have to beat this. Oh! Oh! I thought Muncher was going to get the kill, and instead it didn't because that guy was firing. Maybe I should stand much further back, and so try not to activate it. Seemed like we were making some kind of progress there. Okay. Go small. Get some height. There we go. Duck back through here. Let's hang rights this time. Go. That's fine, actually, because if we let skewers do their work, I can, in fact, proceed. So we're not finished with exploring that segment just yet. If I'm reading that correctly, still have some unfinished business there. Why don't we head back down and try that once again? Yeah, so I actually want to activate the mecha as soon as possible, because that's how you guarantee that kill. Now, we have semi-solids down here, which will let me through here. This is probably the only thing I can do, so let's do it. Icicle, it looks like it's dripping on top of that on-off. Sorry, that's question block, rather. And that tells me I should not go for Divine. I should let the Icicle drop on top of it. Correct. Yeah, and I should not have delayed. I should have gone for that checkpoint. I think. Trying to remember if that's a checkpoint we've seen already or not. Okay. Yeah, this bit I think is a little too execution dependent, but Captain Lambo, I have closed the queue for now because we have a pretty big pile to get through, and I'm trying to guarantee that everybody who is already in the pile will actually be played. Sometimes if I get through things quickly, so if I have a pile of very easy levels, then we can open up for some more at the end. I don't think that's likely today, but thank you for following, and we do viewer level sessions fairly often, so if you don't manage to catch me today, maybe in the next stream when I'm running viewer levels, you'll be able to catch me then. But yeah. Mario Maker is the main part of our programming, so it should not be hard for you to find a different day for a submission if today doesn't work out. It's just that it is a little bit late at this point with the number of levels that we're waiting on. But yeah, not impossible, just I'm not able to guarantee anything past who we already have. Okay, get the Muncher Drop. The Muncher Drop's going to miss because we were too slow. Need to do that quickly. And yeah, I actually am aware that despite saying that I was going to get through some things quickly, I've been on this one for way too long. That is what troll mazes do to you. This one has been fairly engaging, though. I feel like despite some of the sort of execution-dependent stuff like this spot and some of the opacity of the off-screen play, that the maze itself has been kind of interesting to puzzle through. Okay, Muncher Drop's going to get that. Skewers are going to come up. Here we go. Must be really long skewers. Okay, we should go straight for checkpoint. We should not go straight for checkpoint. We should go straight. Wait a minute. If I tap the jump block ahead of time to Thwomp, does what? I did try to vine climb to the left side of the saw blade, which might actually be within Thwomp range, now that I think about it. If it is within Thwomp range, maybe something happens. Something that allows me to do a damage boost, perhaps. Let's get through this. Yeah, it took me a long time to understand what was going on there, but I think that part I actually did need that developer hint that we received in chat, because I would otherwise not have been able to develop a consistent method for getting through it. Okay, so here's the next thing that we're going to try. We're going to try... Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I see, because Master Sword allows me to take a damage boost. I just wasn't quick enough on it previously. Okay, once more. Yeah, bit of a weird corner, but we are past it consistently now, so... one less thing to worry about. Once again, Muncher drop, too late. They have to go right away. Okay, what else are we looking at here? Go. And through. Okay, here we are. Muncher drop should be able to do it this time. Oh, skewers. Yeah, it looks like the skewers are pounding through multiple layers in order to be timed that way. Damage boost here. Okay, this is new territory. Ideally, something's going to come down here and break some of this stuff. Or we have a P-switch. That P-switch looks awfully suspicious. We should perhaps be looking for some kind of P-switch activation. This seems like it was mostly there to send the block down that would try to get the kill. The P-switch would drop me on top of the thwomp, wouldn't it? Except there's a coin behind the thwomp. You can see it flashing behind the thwomp. And that tells me that this is safe. That's not safe. But, I wonder if jumping up to that one coin slot would actually be correct. Yeah, I feel like we lost way too much time to this segment, but it's one of those things where, you know, even if you know the pattern, it is something that is quite fussy, so... Definitely agree with that checkpoint change that you were telling me about earlier. Try to big brain it so hard you end up outbraining yourself. Yeah, that's usually what happens. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it means that we find shortcuts very quickly. But it's not really an intended method or anything. It's just the way I read things. That is really just how I play. Here's the thing. If I manage to tap the Master Sword and take it safely to the right, and do like a bomb tap, I would have been able to get to the checkpoint, but I don't think the timing allowed for that. Like, I would need to grab the Master Sword really quickly, get pushed down by the block, get through before the Muncher comes up, and so... no expectation that that actually works in any meaningful fashion. Let's get checkpoint 2. And that's an anti-soft block game. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Don't know why I went straight for it. It does tell me about the Muncher trap, though, with the fire flowers up there. So that's valuable information. Why did that drop me? Okay. Nope. Okay, that works too. I like that much better, in fact. I like that much better. Alright, no, that's safe, actually. That's not safe. But the first block was. Yeah, if I pull that off, oh, with the link tap, yeah, that... I agree, that does deserve CP2. Let me see if I can get over that one tile gap. And then I need to be wary of the Muncher and Fireflower drop that is coming anytime now. Muncher and Fireflower drop. That's going to be damage boost followed by second Fireflower followed by fire shots. Nope. No, it's not. Feels like I needed to... damage boost and catch the second flower on my way up the jump? I don't know. Okay. Almost. Right idea. Of course, we could always just try to get up to the top level. Feels like it might be smarter anyway. Let's expose this anyway, for what it is. Okay, thank you for the patience of everybody else who has been waiting for this time. That was fine. Like I said, the biggest stumbling block was just the part after the first CP. In that, I think that was not only just a little bit execution dependent, but also like really dependent on kind of fumbling about off screen. And I, once again, do not think I would have been able to do that without the developer hand. I'm generally not fond of anti-soft lock games, but at least they were placed in such a way that they were very easily avoidable after you've seen them once. So anti-soft lock games, I think my general approach to them is, okay, if you see them once and you never have to see them again, that's great. And that was more or less how these ones were set up, in that they were relatively avoidable. But yeah, a lot of the other stuff here, yeah, fairly easy to read and do. Obviously, some stuff like the Zappa Koopa near the end, very timing dependent, but, you know, like the visual clarity of what was going on with the Muncher kill was good enough that it was easy to correct around once you saw it, but as you can see, even if when I knew what to do, sometimes I could just be a split second too late. Anyway, I hope that was a useful playtest. And let's hit next. Thank you once again to the extreme patience of everybody sitting around. I did say that I was getting through some shorter levels, and instead we spent an hour. However, I think that has led to some attrition from people who have gone offline in the meantime. And so that might have thinned out the list slightly. Awesome Turtle, are you online? And yeah, obviously Twitch and Warp World have had some inaccuracy already with the online indicator earlier today, so we'll just do a quick check. Right now, according to what it's telling me, the ones online are Lupin Snoop, Perico Jones, and Evil Sway. If that's not correct, if you are listed and are not there somehow, that is something you should make me aware of. And in lieu of that, we are going to remove Awesome Turtle, do a quick attendance check for the people who were filed next. But currently we are expecting, based on my online information, that Lupin Snoop will be next. That is what looks to be the case, yes. Unless Dundlow checks in, and I believe Dundlow is gone, so do a quick remove. Okay, Lupin Snoop, we'll just go to your profile and be ready to refresh then. And thank you for offering me first to clear on this version of whatever it is you're working on. You said it was something like a music level. Yeah, very gracious of you to hold that for me. I say it's very gracious now, but we'll see what's going on. Yeah, getting re-uploaded. Okay. Let's do a quick refresh just to get a testing copy of Battle at Journey's End. Your journey with 8 paths through 8 worlds ends with this boss rush medley. Okay, this is something that's involves like multi-checkpoint setup over 8 paths. Well, we'll see if we have time to get through it. We'll hopefully be able to do that. Whoops. I have to kind of mentally adjust to not being in troll mode, so like the first attempts at this stuff are always a little bit rough. But I can see that that's supposed to be a bomb drop with Link that immediately detonates the question block under the blaster and lowers the blaster in order to get me through. Whoops. Wanted to bump the chomp there, and that was a terrible idea. Okay. Nope. Terrible idea. Yeah, once again, that's just music. What's this? Anyway, looks like it is supposed to be a bomb drop here, but I think the marker before that took some reading. Let's just do that once again. Okay, there we go. Bit of a crouch bump on that was the accurate method. I don't know why I was stuck that far back. I think that was just a brief input issue on my end. There's the down inputs being a bit of a pain, as they can be sometimes. That's okay, we'll just boost through Wendy, and I don't think we need anything else here. Donut block. Let's just get through here. Okay, wasn't counting on that Bowser snipe, but that's what Bowser snipes do. There we go. Oh, losing that already, and it's not a good sign going into Wendy's room. Yeah, I don't think there's a way out that I can see without the Link Bomb over here. I do see aesthetically what's going on, by the way, with the kind of salamander head or whatever that's going on with the red blocks over there. Whoops. Totally looks like a salamander head. Oh, no. I do not have a helmet. I would have had a helmet if I'd gone under on that side. I only just saw that. But I do see it now. I do see it. Okay, just gonna slide under. Once again, going to get zapped. Nope, once again, going to get chipped. Let's get chomped by the salamander, or maybe it's a sock puppet. Sock puppets doing what sock puppets do, posting on forums under alternate aliases. Okay, let's drop this over here. Okay, let's go for the lower path this time and take the Shelmet. That's going to be extremely helpful. Try to avoid Bowser in the meantime and grab the sword. Super Ball. Super Ball is just going to act as musical instruments by the looks of it. So this will just be a survival segment that eventually lets me get on the tracks here, but does require me to probably stand in the middle and hope that Bowser doesn't clip me when he looks left and right. Oh, whoops. Getting too eager to tap that guy with a sword. Didn't escape my attention that seemed to be consistent coin spawns from the Magic Koopas, indicating that the other options were blocked. Unless, of course, that wasn't actually the case. Oh, whoops, lost a helmet. It's okay, we got more sword. Up we go. Very helpful of that arrow. Yep. Riding in the middle against Bowser there works surprisingly well. Oh, we actually needed to kill him. I completely did not read the clear condition. We actually need to toss some bombs on that guy. Okay. Fine. Or actually just tap his head with a sword. Like, we can stand in the middle and just tap him. My mistake. I just didn't pay any attention to the clear condition whatsoever. But yeah, standing in the middle there in that safe zone and just slapping him is probably one way to go. Yeah, consistent coin spawns by the looks of it. That was my impression. Okay, we'll take the lower route to grab the Shelmet. Past these guys here. And we'll go for the Master Sword. Well, once I... Oh, whoops. Didn't count on the bounce back from... Whoops. Nope, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I completely didn't count on the fact that tapping him with a sword would bounce me back a little and throw me off of the safe zone. That was rather important information. Oh. Okay, so actually dealing with Bowser is going to be a thing we have to do here. Okay, we'll have... Whoops. Master Sword soon enough. Okay. Yeah, because tapping him turns him around, and that's a problem. I actually cannot do that then. Maybe just stand a bit to his left and just tap him with a sword as he progresses forward is probably a better idea. Yeah, I can tell ELB is full for the Magic Koopa. That's what I inferred. I figured that that would be the case. Which is nice because it gets them to behave a little more reasonably. Of course, I haven't thought about what the other consequences of ELB being full in this level would be when it comes to any useful way we can use that information. Uh-oh, this is going to be trouble when this guy comes down, but thankfully sneaking under on that mushroom platform seems to be the method there. Okay, no chance to slap Bowser with a sword over here, but I think we'll take advantage of that, and yeah, that's gonna be way better. Way better. Method. Should be able to get him. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Fairly close though. I think that is the method because 7 taps should do it, right? If I'm remembering correctly. Be 4 shots at a bomb, 7 taps with a sword. If the sword is like 6 damage or something. So Bowser's got 40 HP, you got 10 damage on the bombs. And not remember the sword, but I thought it was 7 taps. Okay. And of course we have a bit of a flame shield now. That will work to my advantage quite a bit. Until the point at which we lose it, which will happen. Nope. No room to move. I had to tap him from the other side. Yeah, Perico Jones. I mean, I think that it's nice to have music levels that do have a kind of normal feeling form of engagement. I've been seeing more and more of that lately as music tech has become ever more advanced in this game. I think there's been tons of research still going on in that field. And tons of potential that people are still tapping. It is a very beefy boy here. Combination Shelmet and Shield should help me out with that somewhat. Okay. Yeah, fighting him on this side is probably smarter. Down thrust normally kills enemies outright that don't die to stab. Interesting. I feel like I would have had that work in a previous level that I played, if that were the case with Bowser, but it's one of those things where, you know, once again, in the heat of the moment when actually playing the level, a whole bunch of my tech knowledge on paper just goes out the window. I do get a chance to rebounce off of him if I do downward stab, which actually makes it feel pretty safe, but I think it's still doing sword damage. And unfortunately, not going to get the kill. Yeah, it certainly looks like this is the main thing we do in the level, so, you know, it makes sense. Yeah. Power-up progression feels generally pretty nice once I actually learn how to read the level well enough to see where the various refresh points are. It's just that I evidently have to be much faster at the end. Soft drops on bombs against Bowser might also work much better if I'm just accurate enough to do that. Oh, nope, going to lose once again. Final boss of the Super World, okay. Yes, that's right, because you were telling me that this was going to be a world finale. Like, I don't know how much custom music you're going to have all over that world, but kind of nice to have something like this that acts as a final guardian. I think the tuning is probably going to feel quite appropriate to that. Nope. Nope, trying to drop on top of that, and now we're definitely not going to get him. Nope. Tried to soft drop, and instead I threw it the wrong way. And just got sniped once again. All of the enemies here are the bosses of each world. Okay, I see. Right, you have the mole in his little vehicle, and I don't know if I've seen any of these previously, or if I just haven't played anything in the world as far. Whoops. Okay, that works, despite the fact that we lost his sword. Nope. Chomp RNG is just going to do its thing. Okay, let's make our way through here. Yeah, good enough. Okay, once more. Nope. Okay, losing a sword there is going to be terrible in terms of timing. Let's see if we can soft drop the bomb. No, he's going to go through anyway. And he's going to spin around. Yeah, so. Nope, that's going to be... Well, it's going to hit him, but it's not going to do enough. We are so close to the wall. Okay. It was shielded out of that. It's okay. Oh, I know what the tracks are now. It's supposed to be an arm. It's his little T-Rex arm. Took me a long time to realize that the track beside the bomb throw location was partly aesthetic. His little arms. Here we go. Going for the downward stab method. Worked much better. Yeah. No. I agree that it was not an issue of tightness. It was just a matter of my having a bit of tunnel vision tactically and just, not trying enough stuff like the alternate methods like the downward thrust. I think in light of having sort of done this a few times for the purposes of a final boss, tuning is fine. I mean, obviously, when I see an ending like that in that zone, I mostly think about being crunched by the auto-scroll and being crunched by the screen. But there's a lot of stuff tactically that I probably should have adjusted in the first place, like just getting on his right side. I do think that, like, at that point, I'm much more threatened by the screen scroll than I am by Bowser himself, given how generous you are about the sword refreshes. So we'll see. It took me a little bit of time to map out. Obviously, I think I never really even considered using the Shelmet against him when he's, peeking out a little bit to the left of the 3-blaster layout. Yeah, just a lot of tactical stuff that I probably should have tried. Anyway. Hope that was a useful test, and thank you for submitting. You added 4 big spike balls to reduce them to half health. I actually couldn't tell that at all. But that's sort of interesting because that would have meant that 2 bomb hits would have done it, and that... I guess I only ever got 1 bomb hit on him to begin with, so... Yeah, plenty of room to do 2 bomb drops if I'm actually careful about the soft drop. Oh, Big Bowser has 2 times HP. Okay, no, I was forgetting that. In which case, yeah, kind of necessary that you do that with the amount of time that you have available. I completely forgot that he has that massive HP buff. Yeah, 40 HP, that's what I was thinking. I think it's quite often that people just use Big Bowser by default anyway, especially in SMB style, that I'm just so accustomed to thinking about him in 40 HP because, when was the last time you actually saw Small Bowser? Anyway, Perico Jones, I do see Twitch and Warp World telling me you are still here. You might wish to confirm that, but in the meantime, we'll plug you back in, and maybe we can finish the last 2 in the world submission that came earlier. Would be very helpful if you want to confirm your presence, though. And in the meantime, while we see if Perico Jones has a chance to check in, let me just see what else is going on with the current state of the queue. It should be just Evil Sui after that. And that's probably all we're going to have time for. I mean, from the tuning that we saw of this world earlier, should not be too much of an issue to finish parts 4 and 5 in one submission. But here we are with Arctic Apes. And that's going to be SMB 2, which is going to require a snowball. Quick little do you know how to use the snowball check. Right here at the very beginning. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see what that's for. But then, if I tossed a snowball from up here... Oh, okay, never mind. Hoping to toss it from up top and see what I can do. I mean, obviously it doesn't actually lock you. But let's carry a bonus snowball anyway to see if we do anything ahead of schedule. And no, it's going to give you another snow location anyhow. But I think carrying as much of these as I can is probably going to be wise anyway. Yeah, nice throw location so far. I feel like it hasn't required any guesswork, really. I mean, it's usually fairly clear what the throwing arcs are going to be, even if I'm not the most accurate person at doing that. There we go. Check above the semi-solid here. We should probably actually get the checkpoint. Here we are. That's just an SMB2 spot to make absolutely sure you know what you're doing. Those are going to be snowball plucks. They're going to be a snowball hit. Nice that from the camera positioning, you're actually able to see the safe zone on account of the pokey. And we're going to have probably a deflection off of the trampolines to the left. Okay. Fairly simple. Now, the level was described as Arctic Apes. Not sure I quite see where the apes are coming in just yet, unless Pokies are secretly mammalian, which would surprise me. Guess I'm the Arctic Ape. But I'm the Arctic Ape. Okay, this is going to be just a throw, based on what? Oh, based on that location up top. Of course, whenever I see hard blocks all over the place on the walls, I keep thinking that I should be on the lookout for some kind of scroll break. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. That's just hit protection. Very useful. I guess Morton is going to be playing the part of an ape tonight. Okay, we'll just need to be aware of the pattern on that flame that wraps around. And then I need to throw accurately towards him through the bumper slot when he is in a location that allows me to do so. Very kind of that flame to despawn ahead of time there. And stunning me also drops to snowball. That's an important clarification. I sort of figured that was the case, but I think sometimes it's very easy to forget these things. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Too much of a slide there. Let's get back here. This is a decent fight, by the way. It has power-up reloads that are, you know, they take a little work to access. There are multiple power-ups. They are finite, so it's not infinite spam. And at the same time, you do need to kind of work slightly out of the way for them. So I think in terms of balancing, there's a lot of stuff going on here that is done well. Because I think that's always going to be a balancing issue when it comes to fights. It's like, how do you create some kind of barrier for refreshing that nevertheless still feels fair? Obviously, at this point, we have to take the death. And so, you know, SDs like that always feel a little bit clunky, but at the same time, I can totally see why you would make the decision to have that power-up spot work the way it does, rather than just having some kind of infinite spawn that would trivialize things. Even if you had a infinite spawn, though, I think, you know, as something that you have to work for, it's not so bad in terms of trivializing fights. Still a lot that you have to do in order to do this accurately. Okay, finally in the groove here. Yeah, very nice of that lower flame to despawn. Time for us to be safe. And yeah, just needed to see it at once to see what our method was going to be. Going to get that classic SMB2 bonus music out of the way. And yeah, I did catch what you said about the title being a play on bands. Here we go, still have access to the 1-up. Okay, this was the world submission, and we did that fairly quickly, so we'll move on to the second one, and then we'll do the final level in the queue after that if the submitter Evil Sphere was still around. And yeah, that's almost certainly all we will have time for. But we'll see if Link can escape Bomb Drop Dungeon. It requires defeating all of the Koopas, none of them are missable. Ah, I see, it's going to be Link plus Clown Car, which is something that is honestly not used often enough. I do like how this shows you right away that Link plus Clown Car against a floor. Going to have a bit of a bomb deflection. That Clown Car looking very angry all of a sudden. We can, of course, just jump out and throw the bomb normally, but... Oh, interesting. Ah, yes, 1-up. I feel like dropping... Jumping out and dropping a bomb as Link is probably smarter once we have a cycle to do it. It is, I think, possible to squeeze the Clown Cars through a 2-tile gap if you really wanted to do it, but it's finicky enough that I'm not going to voluntarily do it. And actually, I'm not really sure about that in Maker 2. I know it was doable in Maker 1 because I had seen people exploit it. Okay, this is going to be a bit of an accuracy check, I guess. Why wouldn't we want to blow up the POW? Oh, because the POW is just there as a blocker. Now, for the purposes of cheese protection, I kind of wonder... Going to have more of a Link check at the end. So you can't just, you know, defeat things. You're a more conventional way, you know, jumping and shooting arrows or something like that. I guess the way the spike blocks enforce all the spacing here, it's not like we can really have much room to go down anyway with the Clown Car, where it is. A bit timing dependent here because the Koopa does kind of bounce back as soon as it runs into the bomb. And I'm limited to 1 bomb, so it's not like I can wall him on one side, but yeah, if I trap him along 1 tile on the edge, that looks like it's the best method, assuming the timing lines up for me to do that. Even 2 tiles from the edge is fine because you would be able to be within bomb range, but I do see that there is a particular tactic that I should be going for when it comes to thinking about timing like that. Fun mechanic. I wouldn't want to speedrun it, but then I wouldn't want to speedrun a lot of things, so that's not a judgment on the level at all. I do think that in terms of actually using the bomb drop For once. That's it's nice to have a design that actually thinks about how to make it interesting. Okay, once again, we're going to check this in case it's a thing, and it is. This is, once again, going to teach you about the bomb kick that we saw at the very beginning of the level. Here, this is going to be a bit of a flight test. Try to go low. And also push against the drag that you see when you are pushing against a lava level while riding the clown car. Okay, this is going to be based on a kick. Based on a kick on the right side, though. I need to drop here first, and then come in and kick. Like that. Nice. Nice, very neat. Very neat. Once again, based on a kick. Yeah, I have actually rarely ever seen... I mean, bomb drop is, with the clown car, you know, it's one of the rarest Link mechanics anyway. And to see it used in this context is very unique. In that I've rarely had to think about using the bomb drop in connection with something like that kick. And okay, this is going to be fine because the bomb will ignite immediately. Looks like we will need to jump out at this point. Some bark. We've got one remaining Koopa. Did I just miss one? Or is there one remaining after this pipe? I feel like I missed one. If I missed one, that's okay. We'll just do the game again, and that's not a big deal. But it looks like we have a boss room. And the boss room might be the final Koopa. The final Koopa is indeed on the right side. We see a sword refresh. Okay, let's kind of scout this. Nice to see a fight that uses this much vertical spacing, by the way. Like you can see where the camera locks are going and that they don't go too far off screen, so you don't have any issues with despawning. You do see that this is a potential locking issue if you come through with the key, but Bowser Fire would eventually kill you, I think. Eventually. And it's clear condition based anyway, so it's not like being locked past a checkpoint is ever going to be a matter. Okay, it looks like we do need a timed shot. Where, whoops. Yeah, you need to drop the bomb in such a way that, okay, we can do that too. Do that one more time. Drop the bomb in such a way that it will activate the on-off switch. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, the trampoline in the saw blade was something that I needed to see. We'll have one additional kick. It'll be a 3-hit fight in a very simple way. Yeah, love the reliability of that bomb drop doing exactly the job that it was primed to do. Whoops, oh, okay. I guess we have a neat little parking space there. That kind of concerned me for a moment. Looks like we have a bit of a bonus going on here that may require us to... Oh, I see. Okay, because we would have wanted to do one additional bomb drop, I guess, in the previous room in order to have the on-off switches activated in such a way that you get an additional one-up. Okay. Not something that you would think to do in advance, but kind of a neat differential reward anyway, unless there was some other on-off interaction that was going on in there. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah. Don't think I'll really have time for any kind of overflow queue today. But we'll see about this final level here and see how it goes. Oh, if I had 4 hits on a boss, you get 2 1-ups. Yeah, that's what I figured. I think a lot of people would never think to try to get the 4th hit. Unless they knew what was awaiting them at the end. So it's more that that's the kind of thing you would account for accidentally, I guess. It's very difficult to make that look intentional. but I see what you were trying to do with it. Oh, thank you for all the submissions, Paragood Jones. Hope to catch some more from you another time. Do I have any makers to direct you to who use multipath? Well, depends on what you mean by multipath. Are you talking about a multi-checkpoint setup, or are you thinking about like kind of a linear wide setup where you have multiple routes to go through that all feel kind of equivalently balanced? Because I find with that is a very popular sort of desire among traditional makers especially, but which is very hard to incentivize when it comes to making, simply because most people will only ever see one path and just drop the level, right? So yeah, Loop and Snoop probably has a pile of recommendations. Choose your own adventure. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. I feel like I have seen some things to that effect. Some of them depend on randomizer gates, some of them depend on just, you know, gates that you select yourself. That's a good question, though. I used to build stuff like that in Maker 1. I haven't really done it in Maker 2. Partly because Maker 1, I think, really showed me how little of those levels people actually ever wind up seeing when it comes to building, you know, lots of layered paths and such, that a lot of the Maker audience just does go for a very clear path of least resistance. But yeah, definitely check out Loop and Snoop, who has a very diverse range of levels. And I'll try to think of some codes I can send you along those lines as well. So thank you for the question. Now, Evil Sui, are you still here and able to check in? It looks like he might have logged off, and so we might actually just be done for this session. Yeah, graph levels are basically what I'm talking about. Okay, Evil Sui was listed as online but does not appear to be anymore, so we'll do a quick remove and we'll check the last person in the queue. As in something that you can sort of plot out as a network, in a way, like a web, where you have nodes that have multiple branching exits. Like a branching level that eventually kind of obviously has to unite for the ending at the finish. So we'll just do one last check on the queue. Sorry, Loop and Snoop, let me permit you. The bot has been overly aggressive lately, and I've been trying to tone it down, but the thing is that Twitch changed a couple of things that broke a couple of my regular expression detectors. Yeah. So thank you for that. And yeah, I'll see if it can get you on some kind of exception list for links, since you have interesting guides and resources to show me all the time. But who was last? Andros, I think, did not actually check in. Okay. Yeah, usually at this point when we have a lot of, you know, dropouts like this, I will try to make room for one last level, but we are just running way too late on time today, so I don't think I'll be able to. So thank you to those of you who have stuck around. I'm going to scan around for some kind of raid, probably. I know it's a very small audience we're bringing over, but we might as well see if there's anybody who might be receptive to our little crew saying hello. So usually I'll scan the Mario Maker list first. So thank you for watching. Let me just go through very quickly before I send you on what's going on with plans over here. Obviously, a lot of the usual viewer level schedule was disrupted by Paper Mario over the last week. I actually am finished with the main quest on that game, so we'll be not streaming it as often, although I have a little bit of post-game cleanup I want to do with it. But for the most part, a lot of the viewer level schedule will be restored. We'll have more sessions. We'll be able to get through more of your stuff. And in the meantime, have a good day, and I'll see if we can send you on to anybody interesting. So, you folks take care of yourselves. Hope to see more levels from you soon.